Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see that we've got folks on today. Thank you so much for joining. We are just going to give this a couple more minutes for any last minute folks to join us, and then we'll get started. So hang out for a couple more minutes. Thanks so much.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third meeting of the proposed Lava Ridge Wind Energy Project Subcommittee. I'm Jennifer Jones with the BLM Idaho State Office, and I'm going to be your facilitator today. We are going to go ahead and get started with some opening remarks and welcomes and we'll start with Mike Courtney.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our third Lava Ridge Wind Project Subcommittee meeting. We have a full agenda today. I'm sure you've all seen, packed with speakers and topics requested by the subcommittee. I look forward to hearing from each of them. During the next steps discussion this afternoon, I'm going to share some additional thoughts and requests for the subcommittee. And we'll also have a discussion about our future meetings. Before I turn it over to Leon, though, I have two people I'd like to introduce. Heather Teal Nelson, if you turn your camera on. Heather is our public affairs specialist who's been on a detail to the Wild Horse and Burro program. She's back and she'll be with us for the rest of these meetings. So say hi, Heather.
Hi, everybody. I can't tell if my camera's on. For some reason, it's not showing on my screen, but I hope you can see me.
Your camera's on and we can hear you.
Okay, good. Good.
And Nancy Hogue will be our facilitator for the rest of the meetings starting in September. So
hi, everyone.
Welcome,
Glad
Nancy.
to be here. Thanks.
And maybe with that, I'll turn it over to Leon.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. I really don't have anything much to say right now. Might make some comments towards the end when we discuss the other meetings and what some of the things we maybe want the subcommittee members to do. So, but anyway, thanks.
Thanks, Leon. Scott Nichols, any opening comments?
I don't know if Scott has joined us yet. I don't see his name in the participant list, Mike.
Okay, well, then back to you, Jennifer.
All righty. Thank you very much. And just want to also welcome the attendees, the members of the public and others who are joining us today. It looks like we have about 30 folks observing the meeting. So we are happy to have you here as well. And we realize some of you have been on before and some haven't. So we will try to do a little bit better than we've already done in terms of letting you know who we are. So Mike is our Twin Falls district manager, and Leon is the chair of our subcommittee and also a member of the BLM Idaho Resource Advisory Council. So we'll just go through some brief housekeeping today. We've got a very full agenda, as you know. As Mike mentioned, all the topics pretty much have been identified by subcommittee members after our last meeting on July 7th. You will notice that we have not scheduled any morning or afternoon breaks. I'm sorry about that, but that was the only way we could get through all the agenda items. So one of the benefits and the upsides of a virtual meeting is that you can take a break anytime you'd like or need to by simply turning off your camera and microphone and stepping away. If our presentations do wrap early, we will take some informal, quick breaks. So we'll try to work those in. I will promise you right now, I will not mess with your lunch. So that is the one break that you can count on as being set in stone. I'm going to turn it over for a minute to my colleague Hannah Kane, who works in external affairs here in the Idaho State Office, and she's going to be helping run the Zoom today, and she'll talk a little bit about how you can access the closed captioning if you need that.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Just want to let everybody know if you're interested in accessing the closed captions or the live transcripts. They're kind of like subtitles for this meeting. If it's helpful for you, you can just hover your mouse over the bottom of your screen or the top, depending on how your screen is configured.
Hannah, you're breaking up terribly so for me.
Am I? Oh,
You're breaking up.
Hannah, maybe just take your headphones off and use your computer microphone.
Sound, folks. Better?
Much better.
How's that sound, folks? Better?
Much better.
Yep, you're good, Hannah.
Okay, sounds good. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was saying if you would like to access the closed captions for this meeting, you're welcome to just hover your mouse over the bottom of your screen over the toolbar, and you'll see the live caption option if you'd like to use it. Just wanted to let you know that's available, and I'm going to pop my contact information in the chat if you need any technical assistance.
Can't hear anything.
Buddy.
All right, sorry about that. Our technical person is having technical problems, so we will get that sorted. For meantime, though, we'll go ahead and move on. So one thing, as we've asked in previous meetings, if you could please keep your cameras turned off to preserve bandwidth, unless you're speaking, that would be great. And keep your mics muted to minimize and avoid the background noise. As always, we want to try to keep this as interactive as if we were actually in a room together. So subcommittee members, if you want to ask a question, you can or make a comment, you can raise your hand, turn your camera on, or pop a question into the Q&A. And as all of our subcommittee meetings are, the opportunity to ask questions and make comments of presenters is reserved for subcommittee members, and all others are, again, more than welcome to observe the meeting in listen-only mode. The only opportunity for folks who aren't on the subcommittee to make comments is during the public comment period, which is scheduled for this afternoon. And so one more note, Commissioner Shank informed me yesterday that he is going to have to leave at about 9:30 to attend a funeral, and he will be back on around the lunch hour. So with that, our next agenda item that we need to take care of in the housekeeping section is that we need to approve the meeting minutes from the July 7th subcommittee meeting. We sent those out ahead of time. I hope everybody has had a chance to review those. Leon, do you want to, as chair of the subcommittee, see if anyone's got questions or comments or wants to make a motion to approve those?
Okay, yeah, I can. So I would ask the subcommittee members if they've read, if you've read the minutes, if there's any additions, corrections, or comments, if you have anything you want to say. If nobody has any comments or corrections, we would entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Do I have somebody make a motion?
I so move. Wayne Shank.
I would second the motion. Roy Prescott.
Okay, so Wayne is a motion to approve the minutes as they're written, and Roy seconded it. Is everybody in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, Jennifer. Okay.
All
So if
right.
there's no, yep. All right. So minutes will be approved, and I'll turn it back over to you, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, Leon. All right, so as we mentioned in the message that we sent out, as part of our housekeeping today, we're going to do a brief ethics refresher. During the administrative meeting, we provided ethics training for our subcommittee members, and we're going to just do a little bit of refresher now that we've had several months of meetings, and so I'm going to ask David Dolly to go ahead and provide that for us. And David is an associate ethics counselor for the BLM with the U.S. Department of the Interior. So David, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can. You're loud and clear.
Perfect. It's a pleasure to take a few moments of your time. I won't take a lot of your time. I know you have a busy day in front of you. I do work for the Departmental Ethics Office, part of the department, and I work full-time to support ethics in the Bureau of Land Management. I'm excited to meet with you. Just as a private citizen, I can't speak on behalf of the department, but I can say that as a private citizen, I see the value of what the RAC does and what the subcommittee do, and I want to just express my personal appreciation for what you're doing. From the ethics perspective, in our previous administrative block, we talked a little bit about ethics in government. And there is a federal law, the Ethics in Government Act, that applies to federal employees. And it is binding on people like me and like Jennifer and like Mike Courtney, because we work full-time for the federal government. Members of the RAC and members of the subcommittee are not federal employees. So the Ethics in Government Act does not apply to you. But we want you to understand and realize that we think very highly of our ethical conduct, and we need you to have that same kind of emphasis in what you do. And so if there is something that comes up in the nature of your discussions as a member of the RAC or as a RAC subcommittee that you have to vote on, and if that has the potential to raise what we call a direct financial interest, if it can impact you somehow, we would want you to coordinate with Mike Courtney as the federal official in charge of running the subcommittee, and we will work our way through that. We would prefer that you not vote on matters, substantive matters, that might affect your personal financial interest, and it would have a direct financial impact on you or a close family member. Not sure that that kind of vote is actually going to happen on the subcommittee. But if it were to happen, we would want you to recuse yourself or to step away from that. And it's important to kind of coordinate that kind of information with the designated federal official, Mike Courtney, for the subcommittee, so that we can kind of safeguard and insulate the processes that you are engaging on behalf of the Bureau of Land Management, so that they become insulated away from potential complaints about some kind of allegation that potentially somebody may have done something for their own benefit. We don't want that. You don't want that. No one wants that. We're excited about, again, what you do. If you have any questions, please let us know. Contact Mike Courtney. My contact information is readily available. I'm happy to visit with anyone about that. I don't get paid more or less to solve or to manage ethics problems. I am just really here kind of to navigate through the labyrinth that sometimes people find themselves in, ethical conundrums. At the end of the day, when we look back on our federal service, we reflect on the good things that we were able to do, the people that we were able to work with. And then sadly, sometimes we think back on the ethical lapses that sometimes people have had. That's not going to happen here if we can help it. We don't anticipate any problems, but we do exist here primarily to help you navigate those issues. And that's all I'm going to say, Jennifer. If there's anything else I can help with, please let me know.
Thank you, David, and appreciate you being on. And I've worked with David quite a bit over the last few years, and he is always responsive and here to help. So Dan, we'll take a quick question, and then I think if there's any more in the ethics, we'll kind of have you work with David online just so we can stay on our agenda.
I just have a real quick question.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Okay, I'll follow up later. I can follow up later.
All right, thank you. And we'll make sure we get David's contact information, or you can just cycle through us and we can always tap into Dan. So thank you very much, Dan. And I do want to read the information though that Hannah Kane was trying to get across, because it may be important for some folks on the call. So that is that we have enabled closed captioning for this meeting. And if you would like to see the closed captions, you can select live transcript in the toolbar that's hopefully at the bottom of your screen. I've learned from doing these Zoom meetings that people have different versions. So if you don't see it there, it may be because you are on a version that doesn't have it, but just want to make sure that you're aware that that's available. And with that, we're going to go ahead and move into our first substantive agenda item today. And well, I shouldn't say that, the ethics was substantive, but we'll move into our first, I guess, well, I'm just gonna move into our next agenda item. And so this presentation is going to be about energy markets, and some of the questions and comments, as you know, that we've been hearing over the last couple of meetings have been related to where the electricity that would be generated by the proposed Lava Ridge wind energy project would actually go to. And so our subcommittee member, George Lynch, suggested that we invite Chris Raper to discuss how energy is produced and distributed among different states. Chris is the Vice President of External Affairs for the Western Electricity Coordinating Council. And before joining that organization, she served as an appointed commissioner for the Idaho Public Utilities Commission for 7 years. So Chris, with that, welcome, and I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And if anyone has trouble hearing me, I know we've had some technical issues this morning, so please feel free to stop me and we can try and get things straight. So as Jennifer explained, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here, George and I have worked together for several years, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation with y'all. I do not have 45 minutes of prepared material. I'm hoping for a conversation with you and to be able to answer any questions that you may have, but I can go over some threshold matters that I think I understand that you're concerned about. To be clear, the WEC, the Western Electricity Coordinating Council that I work for, is responsible for reliability and security of the Western Interconnection. So the Western Interconnection is 14 Western states, part of Canada, and Baja, Mexico. And so we have a lot of technical experts, engineers who run a lot of reports to make sure that the things that the utilities, both public power and investor-owned utilities, to make sure that the decisions that they're making and the things that they're doing with regard to the grid are keeping the grid reliable. We are a resource agnostic organization. So by that, I mean, I know that I'm here to discuss the wind project that has caused maybe some concern. I make no judgment with regard to the type of generation. I can tell you in some ways how it impacts the grid, but WEC as an organization is concerned about reliability. And so we're without regard for what the generation source is. And so please, I don't mind if you interrupt, if you have a question as things go on. But as I understand things, Ellis Power is building a wind farm on about 73,000 acres of public land, and the power is being sold out of state. So while that is contractually true, the way that power works is that it goes to the path of least resistance. And so the reality of the system and the way the system works as a matter of physics is that that power will probably go to power the nearest home or business to wherever that generation facility is. And by the same token, people talk about carbon resources such as coal or natural gas versus renewable power, solar, hydro, wind. Electrons do not have letters tied to them, right? So they're not green electrons and brown electrons. The electrons become part of the system and again, go to the path of least resistance and provide power to whoever really is closest to the generation resource. But because the grid is interconnected the way that it is, contractually speaking, you can say that a wind farm in Idaho is going to be used to power or is being sold to somebody within another state's borders, California's borders, I think, in this instance. So the Idaho benefits of having a wind farm in state, I would say from both my prior experience and my experience with WEC, is that those types of generation resources bring jobs to the state. And it also provides additional connectivity within the grid so that there is less congestion, because the Western interconnection, all those states and other parts of North America are all interconnected to one another. Then putting generation resources in particular spots relieves congestion in other spots on the grid, because the energy has another path to take to get to whatever destination, wherever the load is. And technically speaking, oftentimes you will find generation resources that are more remote, because you don't put large generation resources where the load center is in the middle of a city. And so that is generally how the grid works, how the power flows. I am not absolutely certain. I have not looked at a map to know exactly where this particular facility is located in Idaho. So I can't make specific judgments as to the amount of congestion that this particular project might relieve. But I will tell you that generally speaking, in the Western interconnection right now, we are greatly concerned about resource adequacy, being able to provide enough energy to everyone when they need it. And we are concerned about transmission availability. And additional resources on the grid, generally speaking, as long as you can get them from generation to load, is not a bad thing. The Northwest in particular used to have a great balance of power, that when places like Oregon and Washington needed power, Idaho was able to provide it, and vice versa. But if you all remember, we had a heat dome last summer that spanned from Portland all the way across parts of Idaho. That is detrimental to the reliability of the Western interconnection, because we can't share those resources the way that we have historically been able to share them. And so I'm hoping for some questions at this point. I am not an engineer. I am an attorney by occupation, by training. I was hoping to have my engineer colleague, the Vice President of Reliability and Planning, but he was unavailable. George, I love it that you raised your hand, please.
Actually, Chris, before we go to George, I do just want to clarify, and of course we understand that you know that you're not directly involved with this project, but I just do want to clarify for everyone who is listening. The subcommittee members are aware of this, but this is just this project is in the proposed phase, so it is just proposed to be constructed on public lands in the Twin Falls area. The BLM is in the process of analyzing the proposal through the National Environmental Policy Act process by developing an environmental impact statement. We have not released our draft on that yet, so no decision has been made to move forward with this project. It is just a proposal at this time. So I just
My
wanted to make
apologies.
sure
That's
it's not,
an
like I said,
important distinction.
no worries at all. Again, but I just want to make sure, because the subcommittee obviously is very aware of where we are in the process, but we've got about 40 members of the public on the meeting today. So just want to make sure that everybody is clear that no decision has been made on this project. So, okay,
Thank
with
you.
that, thank you, Chris. And with that, we'll go to George.
Hi, Chris. Thanks so much for being here. I just want to see if you could talk a little bit more about other energy resources that are from Idaho, such as our hydropower, and talk about where some of that goes, whether that is all used in state or also exported to other states, and sort of where a lot of the energy that Idahoans consume comes from.
Sure, George, I appreciate the question, and thanks for putting me forward on this. I hope I serve your purposes well and am worth the recommendation for the talk. So Idaho actually doesn't generate any of its own coal resources. All of the investor-owned utilities in Idaho, they have coal resources that they utilize, but none of those are located within the borders of the state. Hydro resources, I'm trying to think of everything. We've got anaerobic digesters, which is basically cow poop, geothermal. We've got wind and solar resources in Idaho, hydro being the most predominant renewable type of resource that Idaho uses, particularly Idaho Power. Those resources are actually, by the investor-owned utilities, they are utilized for their native load, for their own customers first. And then anything additional that has been generated that is excess are traded on the energy market. And so the California ISO, CAISO, lovingly referred to as CAISO, has an energy imbalance market that all of the major investor-owned utilities in Idaho, so PacifiCorp, which is does business under Rocky Mountain Power's name, Idaho Power, and Avista, all participate in an energy imbalance market, and the platform is managed by CAISO, a not-for-profit organization that is physically located in California's borders. But the additional generation that those utilities produce can be traded on the market, and then the money gained from the sales of that additional energy actually comes back to the benefit of the Idaho customers. So does that answer your question directly or fully, George?
Yes, no, that's very helpful. And I guess just to clarify for you, you talked about the transmission line. I think if this project were built, it would run down Swift North once that's also built. I don't know if that helps you at all with
knowing whether it would be of assistance in relieving congestion.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I do not have an answer to that. But I can certainly look at a map and answer any questions, in response to this after the meeting is over, or after my portion for contribution is over, and address that directly.
Thank you.
Dan.
Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate your update. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
So I actually have two questions. First is related to CAISO, and second is relating to the broader Western energy market. And I'll start with the CAISO, California Public Utilities question first. And that is, LS Power has gone to California PUC and CAISO to request somewhere around $635 million from California ratepayers to be approved through CAISO as part of its transmission planning process. to construct the third and final segment of the SWIP line, known as the SWIP Southwest Intertie Project North. And they would be using ratepayer funding provided by California ratepayers to construct this project, the third and final piece that would connect up from southern middle part of Nevada up to midpoint Idaho. And I'm not an expert in energy markets, but it looks like in exchange for this California almost $635 million or $630 million that California PUC, California market would receive some sort of preferential benefit or this electricity coming out of Idaho, whether it's Lava Ridge or Salmon Falls. So that's the first question. And I was wondering if you're familiar with this, or you could speak to that sort of SWIP, CAISO, CPUC question.
I do not have the specifics. It sounds like you have much more specific information than I do, Dan. But what I can tell you is, first of all, the California, as you might imagine, is a little complicated in the way that their energy market runs. So the California Public Utilities Commission is akin to the Idaho Public Utilities Commission, and they have commissioners, and those commissioners decide what the investor-owned utilities can recover through the rates of the customers within California. They have a California Energy Commission, which also makes some decisions regarding resource adequacy and what the utilities have to have in reserves in order to be able to ensure that they can serve their customers. CAISO is actually the platform. So CAISO is an independent system operator where the platform actually has the authority to transact with the participants' energy and with their available transmission lines, if that makes sense. And so CAISO would be the platform within which, it sounds like to me, the energy from this proposed resource would be traded on. And generally speaking, if somebody builds a transmission line, then they would reserve space, particularly for the native load that they need to serve within their borders. So does that get to some of what you were asking about as far as the distinction of how that works?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's very helpful. And the second question I had related to the broader Western energy markets, and that is, if you step back and you look at sort of the view from space, it looks like there's quite a bit of wind energy coming online from Wyoming, which has much better wind resource than Idaho. It also looks like there's substantial wind generation coming online out of New Mexico. And both of those generations locations are feeding into the California market through a number of new transmission lines coming primarily through Utah. Could you speak to what's happening in Wyoming and New Mexico in terms of their generation and how it fits into the overall Western grid, please?
Yes, I can speak to it a little bit from a 30,000 point, view. I of course know Idaho's system as well as I know anything. I was a commissioner for 7 years, and I was attorney for the Idaho Commission for 8 years before that. So 15 years of experience with the Idaho system, specifically about 6 months of experience with the Western interconnection as a whole. But you are not incorrect. Wyoming has terrific wind resources, and there has been a slate of projects that have attempted to capitalize on the wind resources from places like New Mexico and Wyoming. Idaho doesn't have inconsequential wind resources. So I guess on balance, I think that I know that there are large projects that are in the works in Wyoming, in the works in New Mexico, and they are trying to capitalize on those resources. I would also say from my perspective from former commissioner within Idaho's borders is that there are resources on the coast, Oregon, Washington, California, that are trying to reach energy policy goals, right? Renewable energy policy goals. And so it may not be possible for them to build all of the resources they need within the borders of their state to meet those energy policy goals. And so it would appear from just my personal experience in this that they are reaching outside the borders because they have renewable energy policy goals that they have to meet by particular calendar deadlines. And they're looking for resources that they can maximize. If inside California, their wind resources are but if Wyoming resources are substantial for wind, which they are, and I think also based on my years of experience as a commissioner, Wyoming is looking for an opportunity to employ the people that are soon to be unemployed from the coal industry, right? There's an economic benefit to Wyoming in producing that energy and shipping it out of state because they have resources that are being shut down, that are being retired, whether early or on time. And there's a little of both. And I think that they're looking for an opportunity to utilize existing lines that already run between those states in some cases. And they're looking for some kind of economic trade-off that the state is losing from its substantial coal resources that it has historically used to support entire communities.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Do any of the other subcommittee members have any questions or comments? We've got plenty of time left for this topic. And again, there's several different ways you can ask questions. You can either just turn your camera and microphone on and we will know that you would like to speak, or you can raise your hand, or you can pop a question into the chat.
And Jennifer, I would add that if there's a more engineering related question, which again, I am not, happy to have emails sent to me. My colleague Brandon would have liked very much to have been on this call this morning, is unavailable, but he and I can answer any questions. Kraper, K-R-A-P-E-R @wecc.org. And so if there's anything that I am not answering in full, or that a more technical question that anyone would like answered, then happy to do that offline after the meeting.
Thank you, Chris. And it looks like subcommittee member Shauna Robinson has her hand up and her camera turned on. So Shauna, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chris, for joining us this morning and answering our questions. I appreciate it. My question regards one way of supplying needed electricity to communities is through a method called distributed generation. So instead of having to transfer electricity over hundreds and hundreds of miles of across the states, and rather than having to develop all these public lands and things, it's a way for communities to provide for themselves through solar and their own generation possibilities. Have you had a chance to work much with communities who have utilized this method?
Thanks, Shauna, for the question. And yes, so it's DG or DER, and distributed generation or distributed energy resources. And so for those on the call who maybe understand to a lesser extent what that is, it would be the equivalent of a community like Sun Valley that's at the end of a long transmission line, creating a solar farm or a wind farm behind the community, right, in order to be able to utilize that resource and not have to build new lines to get additional resources to like a further flung community. And you described it well. I have had conversations. There have been many dockets in front of the Idaho Commission. I guess I would first say that I make no judgment on which one is better. What I will say is that besides having transmission in place, a big portion of my responsibility with WEC is the reliability aspect of things. And in order to have reliability, you need some resiliency of the grid. And by resilience, I mean the ability to bring something back up once it has gone down. So if there's a blackout in an area, a transformer goes down, a line drops because of an accident and somebody hits a pole or whatever, resilience refers to the ability to bring that system back online. If you have a distributed resource, which again, no judgment for the value of the resource, because I don't want to be misunderstood about whether I prefer that type of resource or not. But I will tell you from a reliability and resilience standpoint, if you only have one line that goes into that community and they're utilizing some kind of distributed energy resource within the community to power the majority of the energy that they use, it is more difficult to reroute energy to be able to bring those lines back up because you only have one line to the community to begin with. So I'm not sure if I'm explaining that very well. In my head, it's a picture, right, of a single line that goes to a community and a resource behind them that powers the majority of their energy. The reason that everything is as interconnected as it is, and for those of us that live in Boise, I have a home in Boise proper, a lot of times Idaho Power's ability to bring back a resource has more to do with them being able to reroute through other avenues than it necessarily might be actually having worked on the line that originally went down in the first place, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does, Chris. Thank you. I'm curious, though, with these communities that implement such a system, do they not include in their plan backup generators, both for the home and industrial use, or maybe tap into nearby facilities like a military base or a large company of some sort in the event that there are situations where there are outages?
So I don't know specifically about that scenario. What I can tell you is when you have a distributed energy resource like that for one particular community, the entire base of ratepayers isn't going to pay for that, right? Because it's only serving the one community, which often makes it very expensive, depending on the size of the community and or the wealth of a community, which for Idaho, I think when you have remote communities, you're talking sometimes about agricultural communities and sometimes the ability to pay for that kind of distributed resource is not realistic. And you mentioned military bases. So there are entities within the United States that intentionally island themselves to be able to function in the event of some kind of an outage, right? And military facilities are one of those. You hit the nail on the head with that, right? They draw from the grid, generally speaking, but they have the ability to island themselves so that in the event of an outage, they can continue to function. And again, military bases being federal, having federal monies to do that, sometimes the financial and economic aspect of that is an entirely different proposition for them. And the security of the country also factors into that.
Oh, absolutely. Can you give some names of communities perhaps that use this type of system, a DG?
You know, in Idaho, I don't know. I'm happy to get back with you with that information. Specifically with regard to Idaho, I'm honestly not sure. I also am aware that sometimes those distributed resources put an additional burden on the grid because the utility is being asked to balance not only the system as it draws, but also think of a person in their home who has solar panels on their roof. Those are all, in a sense, those are distributed generation, right? Anybody who has solar panels on their roof, whether they're a corporation or an individual.
Yeah,
well,
right.
the gosh, I wish that I could quote you. I know that there are thousands of people who, I think residential installations, within Idaho, but I don't want to give a specific number because I really am not certain. But that has its own balancing complications for operators within these utilities, because they're still connected to the grid, right? And so at one moment the sun is shining and that home is producing its own energy, but a moment later when the clouds go over the sun and those solar panels drop, if there's no kind of battery backup or anything associated with that, then the grid is required to respond immediately to that need for that home to power whatever it was that they had going at the moment that the solar panels were generating, and then when they weren't. So I think distributed generation has value. It also complicates management and oversight and operation of the grid to some extent for the utilities, and particularly within California. California has CCA, so now I need to remember the acronym. Community, blah. Essentially, it is communities that can choose to have their power generated by something or someone different, and yet the utility is still connected to each of those homes. And so same scenario as solar panels on the grid or on a home, except to a larger scale, right? Because you're looking at an entire community that may be generating its own resource. Community aggregation, I'm not sure, I can't remember the additional C, but so these communities are utilizing something that's not directly on utilities within their resource stack, except when whatever it is that they're choosing to generate from is no longer working, they're pulling energy from the grid. It makes it more complicated. It helps in some ways and it hurts in some ways, right? But I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Sure. Jack.
Kidding me. Okay, sorry. Finally found the unmute. Quick question for you, Chris, and I figured just because of your position and the grid and the 14 states you work in, you might know this. I don't know because I haven't researched it. Are there other wind turbines currently in use on public lands, or are most of those on private? I know in Idaho we don't have any on public lands yet.
I am not certain of that answer. I know that it has been difficult to permit across federal lands for whether it's transmission or wind turbines or solar. It is my understanding from just communications with the other commissioners within the Western Interconnection, which regionally the state commissioners have a lot of communication with one another. I can't say for certain. It would be difficult for me to imagine that there are not wind installations on federal lands. And even if you were to only look to something like Bonneville Power, which is a federal agency, that they have resources on, I don't want to speak for BPA in ways that I'm not certain. I don't want to assert something publicly that is incorrect, but it would be, I think it would be unrealistic to think that there is not stuff that's built on federal land in other areas within the Western Interconnection. But I do know that it's been difficult historically to permit.
Thank you.
Sure. Mark, did you have a question? You're muted. Mark, you're muted. There you go.
No questions. I'm just watching. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I appreciate all the questions from y'all. I hope that I'm doing a sufficient job in answering what it is that you have. I don't try and be cagey in my answers, but I also am very careful not to assert something I don't have some kind of definitive knowledge on, that would be a mistake on my part. Ted, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. I read somewhere where solar energy, it takes about 15 acres of solar panels to produce 1,000 megawatts. And yet a nuclear facility would take an acre and a half. And yet I don't see a lot of promotion of nuclear energy. And in this particular case, we're looking at 72,000 acres that's going to be impacted. And I notice other countries are starting to abandon these wind turbines. So I guess part of it is just, why aren't we looking more towards nuclear, which is not dependent on the winds, where in the summer here we have very few winds, and that's when we need our highest production of electricity. So if you just comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. To the extent that I have nuclear knowledge, nuclear plants, larger nuclear plants are very financially intensive for the build of those facilities, right? And so large nuclear plants that have been built in the United States within the last probably decade or so have, I don't know the exact numbers, but I know that several of them have been where the build has started and then they abandon because the economics just don't ultimately prove out. What I know INL in Idaho is working on are small nuclear reactors. And I think that as we're looking at electrification of cars, which means full fleet vehicles, and moving away from first coal, then kind of natural gas, right? That's sort of the next thing within the realm. The small module nuclear, that and I just lost the word. Shoot, not natural gas, but gosh darn, I hate it when that happens. Anyways, the benefit of small module nuclear that we can see at this point is, one, it produces less waste, and two, you can locate small module nuclear reactors on retired coal plants, and so you can utilize the lines, those transmission and distribution lines that are a part of wherever that coal plant was located. As you said, you're not waiting to look for a spot that the resource can be. You can put it anywhere, and it provides a baseload type resource that generates all the time to be able to produce energy when people most need it. That is definitely in the forefront of everyone's mind. And I think that I think there's a small module nuclear in Wyoming that Bill Gates is a part of that is expected to be built, I want to say late 20s, maybe early 2030s. But you're not wrong. Nuclear is a consideration. Nuclear is something that certain people are advocating for. Waste continues to be a concern, I know, for some people. But the reality is that nuclear right now anyway is considered within the clean energy realm, which makes it agreeable to more people than a resource like coal or natural gas at this point in time. So, you know, we'll see where that goes over time. But for now, it's definitely a technology that is advancing, but it's unlikely to be in the form of a large plant, and it's more likely to be in the form of a small module nuclear reactor.
All right, I think we probably have time for one more question. If any of the subcommittee members have questions, you can turn your camera on or raise your hand or pop something into the chat.
Keith had his camera on for a while and I was trying to answer Ted's question more fully. Was there a question from Keith that I can answer?
So, you know, Yeah, I think we have some panelists in now, so we sort of reserve the opportunity for the subcommittee members. So,
Oh, sorry about that.
but I might ask you one closing question, just because it's been on the news lately, of course, with the situation in China, with reservoirs drying up and having blackouts and whatnot. My question to you is, does WEC have any projections with climate change and whatnot about how much more energy in general, regardless of source, would be required in the US given population growth and those sorts of things? Just if you all have any projections, if you could talk about.
Sure. I know that we have some recent data. We have a resource adequacy assessment that goes out in November. And so we had a discussion just yesterday with my team about kind of where that resource adequacy picture is at right now, which is to your point of what resources provide what energy for how long, particularly in a drought scenario. And while I think that Idaho is in pretty good shape right now, there are other states that are not. And what our latest research shows is that in the near term, so in the next probably 2 to 4 years, those resources are still reliable resources to serve the load of the utilities that own the generation and provide for their native load with those resources. In the longer term, so in the 1 to 4 year horizon, it seems like we're okay. In the 5 to 10 year horizon is where it becomes less predictable, which means that it's more risky. And so I think for the near term, we're doing okay. I say that with caveats because also in the national news has been a lot of conversation about our like parent company is NERC, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation. And NERC put out a report, a summer assessment that showed Midwest region in the red for resources, and it showed the Western interconnection in yellow. And that is based primarily on extreme weather events. And so to your point, Jennifer, about asking about drought would normally be considered an extreme weather event, but anymore it becomes more routine. So rather than providing for like a 1 in 10 scenario, we need to be looking at these things as more of a regular, the heat dome, drought, massive storms in the way that they come through now. We need to be considering those things in a more repeat type of scenario, as opposed to like a 1 in 10 year type of scenario. And the utilities historically have not planned that way because they haven't been asked to plan that way by anyone, because that wasn't the scenario that we were living in. And so that wasn't something that they've had to plan for and provide for. So I hope I answered your question directly. I think, the direct answer is in the 1 to 4 year time horizon, we look okay. And further out, it's less predictable and more risky. And so, so we need to keep our eyes on it for sure.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. I think maybe we'll ask George to keep an eye out for that resource, the reliability assessment when it comes out. That might be something of interest to our subcommittee members. So thank you so much for your time today. You wanted a conversation and I think we gave it to you. So thank you so much, Chris. We appreciate you being on, and you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you for the invitation.
And let's go ahead and take just a 2-minute break, and we will then get started with our next agenda item. But let's just go ahead and take a 2-minute break now, quick stretch break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks, everybody. All right, well, let's go ahead and get back started. I think I might have actually given us 3 minutes. I'm sure you all needed that, just like I did. So our next item on our agenda today is what we have titled our Wind Energy Project Experience Panel. And during the last couple of subcommittee meetings, we've really heard, about a lot of concerns expressed about the potential impacts of the proposed Lava Ridge wind project on different resources. And the idea for this panel really came out of a suggestion by subcommittee member Rebecca Wood, who was wondering, if there might be an opportunity for to get some individuals who've had some positive experiences with wind energy projects to speak. And so we asked Luke Papez with Magic Valley Energy if he could connect us with some individuals who could provide that perspective. And we have a good lineup put together, and we really appreciate these folks for agreeing to share their perspectives with the subcommittee. And we do have several panelists, and we've got an hour for this agenda item. So we're going to ask each panelist to just take a few minutes to describe their experiences, and then we're going to leave some time at the end for questions. So if we could ask the subcommittee members, just in the interest of allowing each of these folks who graciously agreed to speak to us today, to give them all an opportunity to speak, that would be great. And then we should have some time at the end for questions. So we're going to start, I hope, with Lori Carson and Donna Bath, who are in White Pine County, Nevada, and Lori is a county commissioner there, and they have both had some experience with the Spring Valley Wind Energy Project. So Lori and or Donna, I know you were going to be in the same place. If you could go ahead and turn your camera and mic on, we will turn it over to you.
So you can't see us, Jennifer?
We can see you and hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, great. Great. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm Lori Carson. I'm a White Pine County Commissioner, and I'm very pleased to go ahead and share my experiences that I've had working with LS Power and also working with Pattern Energy, which was the company that built our Spring Valley Wind, which is the first wind farm in Nevada. First off, I'd like to say that at least half of your battle is over, because the county's working relationship with LS Power was found to be an exceptional experience and company. When I took office as a commissioner, the county had already been approached by several energy companies to build power plants in White Pine County. LS had been vetted to build a coal-fired plant. The commission, our economic development, and the clerk's office had gone through the process of vetting. So I did not participate in the early process, but I have with me Donna Bath, who's a former county clerk for almost 20 years, now retired, but dealt hand in hand with that process. And anyhow, as you know, in small communities, we are prone to wear many hats. So I didn't know if you wanted Donna to go ahead and speak just a little bit, or I'll go ahead and just
why don't you continue and then I'll
okay. Well, for political reasons, we were very excited at the time, but for political reasons, our coal-fired plant was never built. But the county also worked with LS Power in regards to the transmission line SWIP South, which was to bring power to the southern Las Vegas area. And so we also look forward to working with them again when they build the SWIP North that'll be coming down from Idaho. LS Power also had a development agreement with the county. When I took office, Pattern Energy had also been in the works for bringing the Spring Valley wind farm to our county. It's a small wind farm with 152 megawatts and 66 turbines. So, and that location is less than 40 miles from our Great Basin National Park. which also has a designation of dark skies. And so we have not had any issue at all in regards to the lights, and no issues with the red lights. And as you know, as a commissioner, always at our forefront is the best interest of our community and our county, which means being a cooperator to the BLM process and having your agreements in place, whether it's road agreements, special use permit, development agreements, whatever would pertain to your individual needs. So, and basically we did this by coming to the table to have conversations with all the stakeholders affected. And Pattern Energy did not hesitate to be a big part of this. As a matter of fact, they pretty much initiated, I should say, this process. And those stakeholders included our emergency services, our fire department, public works, our sheriff's department, etc. And Pattern Energy qualified for what we had was for the state tax abatement, which would exist for 20 years. And so when they realized that through our development agreement, what they did was they initiated putting into place donations to our Great Basin National Park, Great Basin College in regards to the technology to help further vocations in the type of things that were needed so far as the workforce for wind energy. They donated to the library. They donated to our emergency services. Let's see, there was a number of them. And they agreed to hire locally whenever they could. They had wash stations for noxious weeds. And I'll be honest, I have a background in construction. When I lived in Las Vegas, they had the cleanest construction site that I have ever seen. Pattern Energy became a part of our community and still continues to donate to our various organizations and our countywide activities. Last weekend, we had our annual racehorses and county fair, and they donated to that. We had our ribbon cutting in August of 2011. I would do it all over again. It was a great experience. And in my opinion, you have an exceptional company that is more than willing to come to the table with you. And I would have no qualms if this was to be in my neck of the woods. So with that, I can turn it over to Donna, and she can go ahead and speak to some of the other things that I left out that she was involved in.
Thank you, Lori. And I too would echo exactly what Lori said. Both with LS Power and with Pattern Energy. LS Power worked with us on a coal-fired power plant, and also with transmission on their south transmission line. Absolutely a dynamite company to work with, and we're very much looking forward to having them back in our community again for the North Line. Pattern Energy, again, wind project. We are a rural community in northeastern Nevada with 95.6 government-owned land, and we're trying to run our community on a 3% tax base. So very, very difficult. And having these companies come to us, we're money hungry, and you have to be very careful with companies that come there. When you get a company that comes to you and they are willing to work with your community as a stakeholder, and they want to participate with you as a cooperating agency, and they look out to the permittee and willing to move their cattle to another range during that construction period, that says a lot about a company. These are the things that we learned in working with the numerous companies that come. And, I would encourage you to look at that for companies that come to vet themselves to you. We've never had an issue with those companies. We have with other companies that have come to us and want to develop in our community. I would also echo what Lori said, don't be afraid of the red lights. The cattle seem to not even care about them. The windmills that go around, the cattle are excited to use them as shade. In the summer, we're out on the range. It's very hot out there and the cows seem to follow the windmills around. So, you know, again, I don't want to echo everything that Lori has said, but we've had a very, very good experience with both of those companies. In the beginning, we kind of wondered whether they were going to be the boogeyman, and they did not turn out to be the boogeyman. So I hope that's shed some light, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we need to move on to our next panelist, but if you two could please stay on, we're going to have questions at the end, and I'm guessing some of our subcommittee members may have some questions for you. So thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move on now to our next panelist, which is Keith Broyles, and I believe Lois may be joining. And Keith and Lois have an operating wind project on their cattle ranch, and they also now own a business installing meteorological towers for wind companies. So Keith, if you could, Keith and Lois, if you could go ahead and turn your cameras and microphones on. There we go. There's
okay,
Keith
can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay.
We can hear you and see you loud and clear. So go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Jennifer. So yes, Lois and I own KB Energy. We actually own this business due to the result of a wind project that came in on the family ranch back in 1996 and 97. And we do install meteorological towers for landowners, farmers, ranchers, as well as large-scale developers like LS Power. We've worked with LS for about 12 years on several different projects. We've installed dozens of towers for them on private land and on federal land, including the Lava Ridge project. We have been very impressed with LS Power as a whole. They've been nothing short of absolute professionals as individuals and as a company. They have been great to work with, showing great respect to the landowners and the environment and the communities, making sure, I mean, they hold our hand to the fire, making sure that we follow the road grants to the letter. You know, with regard to access and ruts in the ground and so forth. So that brings me back around to talk a little bit about the wind farm on our, well, first of all, I want to say as a tidbit on that as well, we have as a result of the LS Power project in Twin Falls, we have a partnership with the College of Southern Idaho, where we have actually employed several students full-time from that college that's located in Twin Falls, which we really appreciate. And if we could tell you a little bit about the operation on our ranch is here in Arlington, Wyoming. It's been here since the 1880s. We have 400 mother cows on the place. The ranch is on both private land and BLM land. We have hay meadows and rangeland, and the wind project is located on the rangeland, which is broken up both on private ground and on BLM ground that we lease. The wind farm has been in place since 1997, so it's been here for 25 years. And last year, Pacific Core, the owner, repowered and took down 69 turbines and replaced them with 13 larger turbines, which regained us a bunch of AUMs on the reclaimed land. And they had to reclaim the old turbine foundations down 2 feet below grade, reseeding with native grasses. And Lois actually was up there this last weekend, bringing some cattle back, and she says that the grasses are actually, the reclaimed grasses are actually taller than the, doing better than the surrounding area.
Yeah, because we were in a drought. That was good to see.
So our experience with wind has been positive. We have new roads, which have allowed us to have better access to otherwise difficult areas to get to. They've allowed us a place for setting up a new watering system. Had to haul in a huge tank with a semi on that would otherwise would have been impossible. The roads also provide a great fire break. Thankfully, we've never had to test that out, but it has been noted that in the event of a range fire out there, the roads would provide a great natural break across the land. The construction part, you know, we've had zero impacts to our cattle operation as a result of the wind project. The construction we did have to work through some aspects of the construction. We had to make sure that the contractor made sure to fence off their excavated areas, fence around their trenches and around their foundation holes to make sure no cattle or livestock fell in. We had to stay on them to make sure that they were keeping their trash picked up. Cattle like to chew on things they shouldn't be chewing on. Things of that nature. So a lot of housekeeping stuff, but the cattle were in the same pasture as they were constructing the wind farm and repowering last year. So, like I said, essentially, even the cattle seem to enjoy the shade that the wind turbines provide. Actually, in the summertime, they get up on the hill in the wind, out of the bugs, and lay down in the shade of the turbines. And it's just all around has been a benefit to the ranch, and a very positive experience overall.
Okay, Keith and Lois, thank you so much. And if you could again stay on the line, I'm guessing some of our subcommittee members may have questions for you. So yeah, that would be great. And okay, let's see, this must be, I have not met any of our panelists today until now, but I'm guessing this must be Tammy Pearson and Nolan Davis. And good, we were just trying to get you on the line, Mayor Davis, because we hadn't seen you in the chat. So I'm glad you're present and accounted for here. So our next panelists are Tammy Pearson and Nolan Davis. And Tammy is a county commissioner in Beaver County, Utah, and Nolan Davis is the mayor of Milford, Utah, and they have both been involved with a wind energy facility that was constructed near Milford. So I will turn it over to you two.
Okay, well, I guess I'll jump in, seeing how my name's on the thing, and we'll try not to ignore Mayor Davis. His face is on the screen, but not
good enough.
Not his name. So Beaver County is home to the largest operational utility scale wind farm in Utah. We have 165 towers. They were built in 2 different phases. The first phase was 97 towers. Second phase was 68. During construction, which took about 2.5 years, we had 250 temporary jobs during the construction phase, and now we have 27 permanent jobs. It was a big boom to the economy. Little traffic jams here and there because Milford itself is a very small community, and when they were traveling through bringing the different parts of the towers, specifically the fins on the fan, was quite the event, and it took a while to get them down off the freeway through the towns and out there. But in general, the people were excited. Our county was really excited about the possibility. This farm actually goes to a transmission line to the Intermountain Power Project in Millard County, and then the power itself is converted and on a transmission line to California. So that's where all the power goes to this. So it doesn't do doesn't help our grid. But in general, we've had very positive feedback. The permittees, the BLM permittees, the construction itself has been on private property, but it is not, it's out intermittent areas and properties and sections that are in the middle of an open range BLM permit. There was, a little bit of grief and heartache during the construction, nothing serious, and but it really was not a significant disruption to the grazing there. I agree with the Broyles family. The shade that's provided, we're in a very desolate area, high desert, no trees. So there's a significant, how do I say that? Pile of fertilizer around the base of all of the windmills. The shade it provides is, obviously the livestock enjoy that, but also the wildlife. We've got a big herd of antelope there, and in the summer that's where they hang out, either the water hole or in the shade under the windmills. So as far as phases of construction and that, there was some impact to our roads. We had I was not commissioner at the time, but I know that there was a road maintenance agreement that was signed and agreed to, and has been, we've done upgrades and stuff since then. As far as other impacts, the same property owners came in and built hog farms underneath the windmills and all surrounding areas. So it still leaves the area open for multiple use, which has really been helpful to us. Our county itself is 77% public land. Well, federally managed public land. And so we only have 13% that's taxed. So this has been a huge revenue for the county because of this input on the revenue side. We've been able to put money in, built a new school, a new hospital in Milford specifically, but we're really happy with everything the way it's gone so far. I'll turn the time over to Nolan. We're going to tag team this one.
Yeah, we're kind of busy here, so we're going to hurry along. The impact on Milford has been nothing positive. Sales tax businesses greatly went up when they brought the construction phase in, and it's pretty much stayed up. We had some businesses that actually got long-term contracts they're actually still working on, where they're supplying wind farms throughout the Western United States. So it really was, a big plus for them. As for an impact for emergency services, there's been no impact at all. They've collaborated and worked with us jointly with training, donating equipment. So there's never been a problem with the fire or EMS services. We've talked about the decommission phase and everything down the road a ways, and they pretty much assured us that everything will pretty much go back the way it was if they go ahead and ever decommission these wind farms. Thing I like about it, like I said, it's kept it pretty much open range. We're still, everybody's still running cows out there that have the permit. We've still got wildlife through there. Access roads to all the camping and hunting areas, they've actually been improved going through all that area. So that's been a real positive. I just really can't think of anything negative that has ever come about with the wind farm. The only negative I have is, the red lights. We do have a lady in the community that complains every Christmas time that she wants the red lights changed to multicolored lights out there. So we told her that's kind of impossible, but that's kind of a funny story with this lady, if you knew her. So my thoughts on it, I prefer wind over solar right now, because when we decommission them, we can utilize most of that stuff and recycle all that stuff. My concern with the solar is it takes up so much land, so you can't use that land at all with solar. I mean, it's there, it's fenced in. We've never had a fire out there with the wind farm, but yeah, we're averaging 4 to 5 fires with the solar out there right now. My concern is when we decommission these solar farms, what are we going to do with all these panels? What are we going to do with all them batteries? I've checked with a lot of wind farms around, and a lot of that discussion had never taken place. It's something that needs to be done because we couldn't handle it in our landfill. We have 2 landfills here in Beaver County, and we'd fill them up overnight if they decommissioned just one solar farm. So I'm just really thrilled to, you know, work with the wind farm. We collaborated with them, and they've been great partners, and everything's been just totally positive with them. If we have a concern, all we do is call them, set up a meeting, and we just work through everything. But it's just been nothing but positive for our community.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner Pearson and Mayor Davis. And I know one or both of you may have some additional commitments this morning. So if you're not able to stay on the whole time, we understand. But if you can, that would be great if you could stay as long as you can, because I'm sure we'll have some questions for you. But meantime, we'll go on and move to our final panelist, and then we will have some questions and answers. And I've already got one in the chat. But our last panelist is Mark Isley, and Mark is a rancher in Wyoming who runs his operation in the middle of an operating wind project. So Mark, if you could please turn your camera and microphone on, we will turn it over to you.
Yeah, they don't have my video yet.
Let me see if I can help you with that. Meantime, we can hear you loud and clear, so you can go ahead and get started.
Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay.
There we got you.
Okay, very good. I'm Mark Isley. I'm a cattle rancher in the southeast corner of Wyoming. Most of the wind farm I've had to deal with has been on private land, but I also have some public land next to us. One of them is owned by the municipality, the city of Cheyenne. And our experience, we actually had 2 different owners of that facility. One was a private company. No, actually, it was Duke Energy. And the second one was Black Hills Power. And of course, Cheyenne is really growing. So there was some requests for additional power. And some, of course, wanted to be in the green portfolio. But we also found out that when the power was to be generated, there was a positive. When they ran short of power at peak loads and they didn't have capacity, they would have to pay retail price from another utility to supply that power. Where they get it from their own wind farm, they could pay wholesale. So it actually helps the purchasers of that power, whether it's private homes or businesses. I'm really happy that the BLM is engaging in this discussion because permittees really need to be included in this discussion with wind developers. Reclamation is critically important. You need to make sure that that is done well. The siting, the permittees need to be able to have a place at the table to discussion roads and timing of livestock turnouts. This is really encouraging that you're having this. Forage mitigation, sounds like you've kind of got a handle on this. My recommendation is that it continues to be 1-for-1 on AUMs. I'm not just talking about trucking cattle 100 miles away unless that's allowable or okay with the livestock producers. Same thing goes with water development and access. I find that most of these have come along pretty good, and most folks work through these issues in pretty good shape. We did personally, even though we had more control, we still had to have oversight and requested to have some oversight. And we made some tweaks and some changes on the wind farm as it was being developed. And so my recommendation is that you have some land, some permittees there as a liaison to help walk through that. It answers a lot of questions and avoids a lot of early problems. You know, the road placement, a lot of you already said some of these things, but I'll just touch on them briefly. The road placement can really be helpful with the fires. It can also be helpful with emergency services in the case of some places where there's subdivisions or homes adjacent to these. That is a good way to access that. We had to have our laydown yards fenced off, and that prevented all the any complications or conflicts with livestock and operations. That will be painful to watch for the first year of operations because, but when the reclamation is over and it's done properly, it works out pretty well. As far as livestock interaction with turbines, you've heard it from some of the prior panelists. We've had no maladies with the cattle, no behavior changes, no loss of breed back or weight gain. They've gone ahead and produced as they have. They've been comfortable with it. And maybe oddly enough, we're seeing more wildlife and more types of wildlife than I've ever seen in my life on the land. We're seeing herds of elk. We're seeing not large herds, but we're seeing herds of elk migrate in that we've never seen before. Same with the deer, antelope. As far as bird kills, it's been almost zero. I think we've had one strike that's been recorded by Fish and Wildlife Service in 13 years. And the comment from their biologists were, that's nothing compared to roadkill or power line strikes. So that was a non-issue basically for us. And it was important for us because we were proud of our raptors and some of those other things that work in balance on the ranch. I don't know, that's pretty much what I've seen happen. Now, on the municipal owned side, that has also created ability for hunters to access that property without driving around on sensitive locations. That also helped the ability to manage that wildlife to some degree that may not have been possible in cases, especially in the cases of rougher ground or ground that's sensitive, maybe during wet times, a big heavy snowfall, that sort of thing. So, you know, our experience has been very positive. My wife is actually the county treasurer here in our county. And the revenue that came in was enormously helpful for not just that location, but other places throughout the county where we were able to support fire, sheriff's department, emergency medical, and even schools. There's another one that's being built not far from us. And that's actually one of the poorest counties. Oddly enough, it's where our university is, but it's still one of the poorest counties as far as income generation. And they passed that through overwhelmingly. The commissioners were very supportive of it because the bulk of that went to all those above services plus the education system for public schools, which was really enormous. So our situation has been very good. We've had very few conflicts that we couldn't resolve. I think bringing permittees in to have early discussions about how this is done is very positive. Developers make a difference. There's good ones and bad ones, and vetting them is enormously useful and helps the process along in a very good way, and also helps us is if you have a liaison to out there go out and make changes on the ground as allowable by design and with the civil engineer. So that's about my contribution to this discussion this morning, unless we go on with some questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark. We actually do have a question, and I think it's one for all of the panelists. So since you're on, I think I'll start with you and walk backwards. And then meantime, we'll just ask the subcommittee members if anybody has additional questions, if you could either raise your hand and turn your camera on, and then we will get to those after we let all the panelists respond to this question. But one of our subcommittee members is asking if everyone can talk about how tall the windmills were or are and what towns they are closest to. And like I said, we'll start with you and we'll just kind of work backwards through the rest of the panelists on that one.
Okay, I'll start that. Our turbines are 300 foot tall plus another 110 foot of blade above that. So they're just slightly over 400 feet. The beauty of that, having bigger turbines, is we have fewer turbines. They were able to reduce that turbine number by about 25 to 30%. The blinking lights, of course, I think that they're starting to develop the aircraft activated ones, which would be good. Ours were bright at the beginning, and after people were used to seeing them, they dimmed the lights and we got along a lot better. This farm is about 9.5 miles from the edge of town, but the Interstate 80 runs right through the middle of it, so people can see it both coming and going. But it's been no problem for aircraft, and we have the military base there where they make active flights out, and they have had no problems. They did ask to be involved in the development so they could kind of have a say in how their helicopters were used. But other than that, we've had no conflicts.
Okay, and you may have answered this question. I'm going to again ask this one, and we've actually got some information coming into the chat as well. So I will read that. But they were also asking how close are the nearest airports, Mark. So do you want to start with that one while you're on it?
Certainly. That airport is about 9 miles from the edge of the farm. Actually, it's closer than actually part of it is 7 miles away from the airport, and there's been no problem with the instrument landing or visual landing with those turbines in place.
Okay, thank you. And let me go ahead and read the information that has come into the chat. And Commissioner Pearson said that the Milford Towers, and of course, she's referring to the town of Milford, Utah, which is where Mayor Davis is the mayor of and close to their project. Those are 80 meters to hub and 130 meters to tip of blade. But each project is different, she said, and new towers are higher. It looks like the Donna Bath says the Spring Valley windmills are 400 feet high, and Spring Valley wind is 30 miles from Ely, Nevada. And the Spring Valley wind is 30 miles from the Ely airport. And Keith Broyles said the turbines on their ranch are 80 meters or 267 feet high at the hub level and almost 400 feet to the tip of the blade. And the closest community is Arlington, which is 2 miles away. And then Commissioner Pearson said it's 7 miles to the nearest airport in Milford. So thank you. And it looks like Commissioner Johnson, one clarification or addition, and then we'll go to Commissioner Jack Johnson, who has his hand up.
You're going to DC.
This is Mark, and the quick point I wanted to make was that we were concerned about weed control, and also the companies did a good job of washing their equipment, but we've actually had crop dusters have no problem flying that to control noxious weeds like toad flax, larkspur, those kind of things, which was really beneficial for our livestock operation.
Thank you for that additional information. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, thank you. I have a question probably for Mr. Broyles, I'm sorry, sir. When you were talking about some of the turbines getting decommissioned, you said that on the base that they took that out 2 feet below grade. That indicates to me there were several feet of concrete still in the ground. So is that true? And was that on private or public lands?
Yeah, Jack. So that was across the entire project. That was on private and BLM. It was part of the environmental impact statement. That was their plan of decommission, was to just go down 2 feet and reclaim everything above that. So everything below that level was left in the ground, which would have included concrete, some galvanized tubing, and some rebar.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do any of the subcommittee members have any additional questions for our panelists? We've got more time left in this segment. And again, you can either raise your hand or you can pop a question or comment into the chat, or you can just turn your camera on if you have a question or a comment for any of our panelists. Do any of our panelists have anything additional they'd like to add?
This is Mark again. I'd like to comment on the reclamation thing. It's in our contracts, and so does the city have a contract also that there are to return things to original contours after the project is decommissioned. And that included, as Commissioner said, requesting how far below. Everything that's structural above the ground level is gone, and all the grass and all the drainage was properly done. Makes a huge difference.
Thank you. Garrett, yes, sir.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is just a question for any of the panelists. You know, one of the focus I have as part of the Wildlife Federation is impacts to sage grouse, and just wanted to see if any panelists could comment on presence of sage grouse in the area that you guys talked about today, and also kind of what buffers were established and any impacts to those, or I guess some of the just comment on the buffers and to see how effective they have been in your area.
So
Okay.
I might jump into that really quick. So where we're at, we're not really in sage grouse habitat, but you know, Utah isn't prime country for sage grouse, and we're a little bit farther south than what the normal lekking patterns are, but we do have those around. And the lekking groups that we have seem to gravitate more to disturb areas like this, something that the sage grouse or sagebrush itself has been either mowed or removed, and the grassy areas, the rehab part and the regrowth, we see a lot of that there. I'm pretty sure that the sage grouse do not fly as high as the fins and the blades on the windmills. So I don't think that would be as much of an issue. We have had a little bit of issue. We went 5 years without any issues at all with birds. And then I think with the jet stream pattern changed there for about a year, we took out some eagles and some of the hawks and that, but I think that's kind of subsided again, and kind of like what was stated previously, compared to power lines and, you know, fences and other things and roadkill, it was fairly insignificant.
Thank you, Commissioner Pearson. Keith Broyles indicated in the chat that they are outside of the sage grouse core areas that have been established in Wyoming. Donna and Lori, if you have anything to add to that, or Mark, you could just turn your camera and microphone on and address that. If not, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. And ours is probably a little bit similar to what Tammy said. North going more north in Spring Valley, there's more where it gets into a little bit more riparian area and fields, and that's where the sage grouse is. But we don't have anything actually within the wind farm itself. We have had a couple of issues in regards to raptors. We had, to my knowledge, we have had two eagles that were a strike. And other than that, we've, you know, people had concerns about bats also. And one thing about those turbines is that they had, at least Pattern Energy assured us that they have the technology to where they could go ahead and during high activity either slow down the windmills or go ahead and stop them if necessary. So that's really, you know, they were very cognizant of to what the public was concerned about, and also our NDOW. So I just wanted to relay that's, you know, pretty much we have not really had any issues. And we had our ribbon cutting in August of 2011.
And I have to agree with Mark with the reclamation and not so much sage grouse because it's not sage grouse habitat there, but certainly an increase in wildlife habitat because of the reclamation and different type of wildlife habitat coming in and commingling with the cattle that are grazing out there.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You know, the other thing I'm seeing is we've had so much oil and gas activity in parts of Wyoming where sage grouse were a huge factor, and the biologists have talked about it, adapting, changing the operations, and now those leks have come back. They feel very good about it. The chicks are thriving. And once again, it also depends on how the reclamation is laid out. That's why it's so critical. But I think the technology and the knowledge we've gained in the last 15 years has helped us improve the overall analysis and perspective of how these things move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I don't see any additional questions or comments in the chat. Again, if any of our subcommittee members have additional questions, if you want to raise your hand or turn your camera on, we have a little bit more time. Okay, let's go to first Shauna Robinson, and then we'll go to Ted.
Thank you. This question is for all of the panelists. You were commenting about how the wildlife responded to the presence of the windmills. My question is, do you have people who regularly check for bird kills or bat kills or effects on wildlife? So do you go out every month and look? Do you keep records of this? Or how exactly do you keep track of some of the adverse impacts on wildlife?
And we'll just let the panelists go ahead, and if you'd like to respond to that, go ahead and just turn your camera on, or you can pop information in the chat. So why don't we start with Mayor Davis and Commissioner Pearson, and then we'll go to Mark Isley.
So, like I said, we went 5 years without any incidents, and so when they had the first eagle kill, they actually, part of the requirements, and we've been in operation since 2009 with the first phase and 2011 with the second phase, and the environmental requirements was that they hired a team. And I think, I mean, you could kind of say that was another economic boom because they hired six local people full-time to watch, built some glass covered little buildings, so they had a 360 view of the towers, and they did the same thing. They could radio and slow towers down during the migration or shut them off in general. They were doing counts. The other thing that I would also say, during construction, they had an environmental team on site, and they shut down for all of the nesting periods of the little ground owls and some of the other wildlife, whatever was going on during the time. They've been very environmentally aware and kind of restricted on movement, because they would shut down for 2 or 3 weeks at a time on road construction or hauling in parts. All of that part, they were very, you know, like I said, it was part of their contract with BLM because they were crossing BLM ground, but they've been very intent on taking care of the critters.
The other thing, Jennifer, during this phase, the construction, they actually collaborated with the high school. They implemented a program where they basically studied wind and solar, but they took students and they set a program up where the students actually went out and done part of this tracking with these groups to see, you know, if there was a big effect when these farms were set up and the turbines were starting to be used in turn. So for almost 8-9 years, they went ahead and implemented and used this program in the high school. So that was a big positive because we actually had 8 or 9 students actually get scholarships and go on to college to study green energy.
Okay, thank you. Mark, did you have something to add to that question?
Yeah, this was a big deal for us because my predecessor at the ranch, Ann King, was an enormous bird lover. She was both a counter and a spotter for Audubon as well as Wyoming Game and Fish, in addition to being a great stockman. And she constantly was checking the sites almost on a daily basis with her four-wheeler, looking for any indications. Those were, anytime she came up with a problem or a number one, she collaborated with and conferred with Fish and Wildlife Service or their contractors, and they confirmed those numbers almost to the exact same time frame. And we were really proud of that because we won the Sand County Leopold Stewardship Award years ago, and our bird populations were one of our big, strong suits. And so this was a big deal. We were very pleased with how low the number was, and it continues to be monitored very closely to this time.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark. I think we have time for one more question, and Ted McNeil, one of our subcommittee members, has his hand up and his camera on. So Ted, go ahead.
I would just like to make a comment, and it being that the project we're looking at, our wind towers are up to 740 feet tall, and it's over an aquifer recharge area. And I'm wondering how something like that would affect these people that are our guest panelists today.
Okay, thanks, Ted. It looks like Mark's got his camera on.
Yeah, I'd love to weigh in on this. Our field is built right over the city of Cheyenne's aquifer and our ranch aquifer also. And we've had absolutely no loss of any of our stock wells or any of our springs is due to this construction. They hauled water on site for dust control. So they didn't pull anything from us. They bought it from a willing seller. So that the water thing, the aquifer thing, effects on wells and our irrigation system were absolutely minimal.
Thank you, Mark. Do any of the other panelists would like to respond to that? If so, just go ahead and turn your camera and mics on and you can speak. Okay, well, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and end here. I really want to say a big thank you to all of our neighbors in Utah and Nevada and Wyoming for volunteering their time today to come help the subcommittee and all of the other folks that are joining us and observing the meeting today to understand these projects. It's been very helpful and we really appreciate it. And with that, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We will start back here at 11 a.m. Mountain Time with our next presentation on land use planning. And again, thank you so much to Lori, Donna, Keith, Lois, Commissioner Pearson, and Mayor Davis, and Mark for joining us for the panel this morning. We really appreciate it. So thank you so much. And everybody else will be back here in 5 minutes. All right, well, my clock is showing 11 a.m. So we will go ahead and get started with our next presentation. And our next agenda item is BLM Land Use Planning. And this topic was suggested by Subcommittee member Dan Sakura. And we've heard a lot of questions and comments over the last couple of meetings about land use planning, especially how it pertains to the Monument Resource Management Plan and other planning issues. And Pam Murdoch is our Planning and Environmental Coordinator for the BLM Idaho State Office here in Boise. And Pam, I will go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thanks, Jennifer. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and hopefully I do this correctly. Let's see. Is my screen, can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
We sure can. Thank you, Pam.
Yay, did it correctly. So I am going to turn off my camera while I'm presenting, if I can. Oh, I can't. Okay, then never mind.
We can try to help you with that.
No worries, it's all good.
We got it. You're off.
Thank you. So good morning. As Jennifer said, my name is Pam Murdoch, and I'm from the BLM State Office in Boise. And today I'm going to be talking about the BLM planning and NEPA process. The BLM has a large and complex responsibility. We manage more than 248 million acres of the nation's public lands and roughly 700 million acres of its subsurface mineral estate. In Idaho, BLM manages about 12 million acres, which is approximately 1/4 of the state's total land area. In this presentation today, I'm going to cover Idaho land use planning status, a brief overview of BLM's law and policy framework pertaining to land use planning, the Monument Resource Management Plan, and its relationship to the Lava Ridge Wind Project. First, I would like to take a few minutes to provide an overview of the land use plans, including resource management plans and management framework plans here in Idaho. On this map, we have all the current land use plans and our BLM administrative boundaries across the state. In total, we have 12 field offices, which are covered by 21 different land use plans. Of those 21 land use plans, 14 are more than 20 years old. And of those 14, 8 are actually management framework plans, which predate our current BLM planning regulations. The Lava Ridge Wind Farm project is located within the Monument RMP planning area, which is highlighted on the map by the red circle. The Monument RMP has been amended so far 6 times since it was signed in 1985. These amendments were for management of sage grouse, designations of right-of-way corridors, analysis of geothermal leasing, designation of ACECs, and identification of parcels available for land tenure adjustment. Additionally, at this time, we have 2 amendments currently in process. Over the last few years, BLM Idaho has reviewed a variety of mechanisms to address our aging land use plans. Unfortunately, revising these plans does take a considerable amount of time and money to complete. So while it would be ideal to work on all of them together, that simply isn't a realistic option. Over this past year, we have initiated a statewide land use plan evaluation, which will look at each land use plan in effect around the state to identify the deficiencies in each one. Once the evaluations are completed, we will then look at prioritizing where our biggest needs are and where we may have some opportunities to merge planning efforts. So now let's take a moment to cover the laws which direct our planning and NEPA process. The Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, often referred to as FLPMA, is the BLM's organic act that established the agency's multiple use and sustained yield mandate to serve present and future generations. This means we need to consider thoughtful development in the right places to drive economic opportunities for local communities. But it also means protecting natural, cultural, and historical resources that are simply too special to develop. And above all, it means working with a changing nation to make decisions that are balanced and forward-looking. FLPMA entails 7 titles, 3 of which pertain to our discussion today. Title I requires us to retain public lands and to conduct inventories of those lands so we know what we have out there. If we're going to effectively manage the land, we need to know what's on it. Title II tells us we need to create land use plans that describe how we're going to manage the land. This can include what is allowed or not allowed and under what conditions. We're going to talk about this more in a few minutes. It also tells us that we need to be as consistent as possible with other federal, state, local, and tribal government plans. Finally, Title V gives us the authority to authorize uses of public lands in the form of rights-of-ways. These could be roads, electric lines, pipelines, or even structures such as wind turbines. A right-of-way is an authorization for a specified amount of time, in typically roughly 30 years. It's important to note that right-of-ways are not a permanent use of public lands. Managing federal lands on behalf of all Americans requires 3 considerations. First, we attempt to integrate the perspectives of multiple parties with competing interests and values. To do this, we often collaborate with tribal, state, and local government officials, as they are oftentimes in a better position to engage the communities and interest groups most likely to be affected by an action. Secondly, we attempt to remove obstacles to sharing and validating relevant information. Effective discussion between federal agencies and the public is difficult where there are deeply incompatible views regarding both current environmental and socioeconomic conditions and how those may be affected by a proposed action. Resolution often requires BLM and our partners to work closely to find valid information and how best to interpret it. Lastly, we attempt to resolve conflicts among institutions and their respective policies. The challenge of managing public lands can reveal significant disagreements in jurisdictions and mandates, not only between federal, state, local, and tribal governments, but also among different federal or state agencies. Now, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, more commonly known as NEPA. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through all the pages of the act and read off all the different sections to you. I do, however, want to cover the main premise of NEPA, which is NEPA requires government agencies to engage in a review process intended to discover any significant environmental impacts before a decision is made and any construction potentially begins. This is what we call the NEPA process. This process is intended to help public officials make decisions that are based on understanding of environmental consequences. This process encourages and facilitates public involvement in our decision-making. The NEPA process must be complete before we ever issue a decision. And it is important to remember that NEPA does not require a decision maker to select the environmentally preferable alternative or to even prohibit adverse environmental effects. So now we're going to talk about land use plans and how BLM develops these land use plans. In order to come up with an RMP or land use plan, BLM must conduct a NEPA analysis, which analyzes and discloses the impacts of various management strategies. Land use planning is the process by which the BLM makes decisions about the management of resources and allocation of land uses on BLM administered lands. The The planning process is intended to help BLM managers make future decisions to maximize resource values for the public through a rational, consistently applied set of regulations and procedures which promote the principles of multiple use and sustained yield management and ensure public participation by the public, state and local governments, Indian tribes, and appropriate federal agencies. So, what exactly is a land use plan? Simply put, land use plans outline the way public lands should be managed and used. Land use plans ensure that the public lands are managed in accordance with the intent of Congress, as stated in FLTMA, under the principles of multiple use and sustained yield. As required by FLTMA and BLM policy, public lands must be managed in a manner that protects the quality of natural and cultural values, will preserve and protect certain public lands in their natural condition, provide food and habitat for fish and wildlife and domestic animals, provide for outdoor recreation and human occupancy and use, recognizes the nation's need for domestic sources of minerals, food, timber, and fiber from the public lands, and encourages collaboration and public participation throughout the planning process. Land use plans are one of the primary mechanisms for guiding BLM activities to achieve the missions and goals outlined in the Department of Interior's strategic plan. Goals and objectives are the foundation of an RMP. Together, they provide direction on the BLM's desired outcomes for resource conditions and uses in the planning area. All other plan components must support achievement of the goals and objectives. An example management goal could be prioritize wind energy development in areas with high wind potential and minimal conflicts with other resources. And an example objective may be manage wind energy to allow the authorization of the maximum extent practicable without precluding other land uses. Land use plan decisions. Administrative designations are geographic areas of public land where management is directed toward one or more priority resource, value, or use. Administrative designations may include specific management direction on the types or intensity of uses within the geographic area. Allocations for allowable uses identify what types of activities are allowed or prohibited. This could be energy development, mineral extraction, rights of ways, areas open or closed to OHVs, or livestock grazing. Management direction includes measures to achieve desired outcomes and include program-specific constraints, general management practices, and support actions. These measures are applied to all subsequent activities. Collectively, the designations, allocations, and management direction provide the thresholds of how the lands within the planning area will be managed. FLTMA and Nepa provide BLM managers with complementary directives regarding coordination and cooperation with other agencies and governments. FLTMA emphasizes the need to ensure coordination and consistency with the plans and policies of other relevant jurisdictions. RMPs must be consistent with officially approved or adopted resource-related plans of other federal agencies, state and local governments, and Indian tribes, to the extent the BLM finds those plans are also consistent with the purposes of FLTMA and other federal law and regulations applicable to public land. All the interested parties work together to determine how the planning area should look, feel, and sound in the future. Once a decision has been issued for a land use plan, we then take the next step of implementing that plan. Just like with a land use plan, we are required to conduct a Nepa analysis for every activity proposed on BLM lands. In 2021 alone, BLM Idaho initiated 267 individual Nepa actions. So far in 2022, we have initiated 243 actions. For each of these actions, we must review the applicable land use plan to determine whether the project is allowed by the RMP, i.e. is in conformance with the decisions in the plan, and if any specific restrictions apply. So, how do we determine if newly proposed projects are in conformance with the RMP? When a proposal is submitted and a BLM action is defined, we first look to see if the action is clearly provided for in the land use plan. If it is not clearly provided for, we then look for whether or not the action is prohibited. If it is not prohibited, we then look to see if the action is consistent with the goals and objectives of the land use plan. Upon review of those, we may determine that, yes, it is consistent with those goals and objectives. And in those cases, we will document the land use plan conformance and proceed with the Nepa process. The Lava Ridge Wind Farm falls within an area designated as a moderate use area in the Monument RMP. Moderate use area is defined as no special limitations or restrictions on the type or intensity of resource use will be applied in the area. Valid uses will be allowed subject to environmental review and stipulations or special conditions to protect resources. The BLM Shoshone Field Office considered the direction in the Monument Resource Management Plan as amended prior to initiating the environmental impact statement process for the Lava Ridge Wind Farm project. They worked with Magic Valley Energy and other agencies to review and refine the proposed project to ensure conformance with the Monument Resource Management Plan and the 2006 Minidoka Interment National Monument General Management Plan. Now I'd just like to take a moment to walk through a summary of the Nepa process for the Lava Ridge Wind Project to highlight where we are currently at. As you're aware, we published a notice of intent for this project last year and conducted a public scoping period where we requested comments about potential issues on the wind farm project. Over the last several months, we have been reviewing the issues identified through scoping and developing a reasonable range of alternatives. We're also analyzing the potential effects of those alternatives and determining whether additional mitigation measures are warranted. Once we have completed these analyses, we will pull them together into the draft environmental impact statement, and that will be published for public review and comment. Upon conclusion of the public comment period, we will then take those public comments and make any necessary modifications to the environmental impact statement and subsequently publish a final EIS. This final EIS will be made available for public review for 30 days. Upon conclusion of that 30-day period, we will then look at publishing a decision about this project. And our decision will be available for a 30-day appeal period. So to summarize our discussions today, I would like to reiterate the following. FLTMA and Nepa provide the sideboards and direction for the Monument RMP and any federal decisions that occur in that management area. The monument RMP has been maintained and amended to maintain current management direction. And the Lava Ridge Wind Project does conform with the monument RMP and is subsequently being analyzed in the Nepa process. Now, I would like to invite Mike Courtney to join me in answering any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Pam. So again, to the subcommittee members, you can either raise your hands if you'd like to ask a question or just simply pop your camera on. And it looks like we've got one from Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I was having a side conversation over here. I wanted to make sure I understood correctly. So the monument RMP hasn't been updated since 1985, which is roughly 37 years. But it sounds like something took place with LS Power to do some kind of update to it. Did I hear that correctly?
Take this one, Pam, if that's all right. Jack,
Hi,
how are you?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good, good. So we periodically, Jack, go through these land use plans and do what we call plan maintenance and amendments to keep them current. So even though the decision record for the monument plan was signed 37 years ago, we maintain that plan is current because we've done plan maintenance and amendments to it to keep it current. And that applies to all the other plans that Pam talked about in her presentation too. What we did with LS Power is they gave us a proposed action. We took the proposed action, looked in the land use plan to see if it was allowed, and with some negotiation and back and forth, we got it to a place where we could process the proposal.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of the concern we're hearing from the public and I've looked and it's hard to find to see what updates have been done in those 37 years, but people are very concerned that times have changed in 37 years and that hasn't been updated yet. And, one of the concerns, of course, is it takes time and money to do those, but these are big projects for our community. So there's a lot of concern on that plan out there. So, yeah, thank you.
There's 6 significant updates to the monument plan that have happened that Pam touched on. And she touched on the older plans that predate our current planning process, the management framework plans. We have a Twin Falls MFP that will cover the Salmon Falls Wind Project area. Dan Sakura was nice enough to prep me with questions a couple days ago. So I thought maybe I'm beating you to the punch, Dan, but I'd like to answer what you sent us if I can. And
yeah, thank you so much. That'd be great. I appreciate that.
Okay. So Dan asked about the evaluation schedule for our RMPs, and in that group that Pam showed up on the screen, the 20-some plans, the monument RMP is scheduled to be evaluated in the fall and winter of 2023 and 2024. And when we get through all of them, then there'll be some prioritization put to which ones get worked on first. And you also had a question about visual resource inventories, and is there any visual resource management actually occurring in the monument or under the monument RMP? And the answer is yes. The Craters of the Moon National Monument is class 1 and 2 visual resource management, which means it's the most protective management because of the landscapes and the native plants that are out there and character of that landscape. Now, prepping for this project, we did do a new visual resource inventory for the Lava Ridge area, and that's a public document that we could make available for everybody to see. We also do what is called lands with wilderness characteristics inventories. And while lands with wilderness characteristic inventories don't directly address visuals, they address landscape appearance. So it's a similar kind of inventory. And then I think the last question that we got from you, Dan, was how does the BLM monument plan interface with the 2006 Park Service General Management Plan? And our monument plan controls what happens on BLM. And the Park Service plan controls what happens on Park Service. As far as BLM is aware anyway, Congress did not designate or expand beyond the footprint of the designated area as for management of visual landscapes in the language that created the Park Service unit. So we're controlled by the monument plan.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I think we have time for one more question. Garrett Visser has his hand up because we do have one more presentation before lunch. So Garrett, if you want to go ahead and turn your camera on and ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. It's my understanding that the monument RMP was not included, or at least it was not amended by the 2005 programmatic EIS on wind, and that looking into that PEIS, it adopted some best management practices and also identified some specific areas that may not have suitability for wind development. Does anybody have from the BLM have a reason why that RMP was not included and amended with that PEIS? I know that's back in 2005, so that might be quite a long time ago and hard to find those answers, but I'm just curious because it seems like adjacent field offices and RMPs were amended, yet the monument was left out.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that, Garrett. To my knowledge, that 2005 PEIS utilized a wind map that was current for the technology that was available in the day that it was created, and the technology has advanced now to where winds that weren't economically feasible to use in 2005 are currently.
All right. Thank you, Mike. And Pam, thank you so much for your presentation. We really appreciate it. Dan, did you have one more quick thing?
Yeah,
we just have about 2 more minutes. So.
I know you have about 2 more minutes. First off, thank you for including this on the agenda. Mike, thank you for answering the questions. I just want to point out that I know other federal agencies, the counties must update their land use plans, must prepare their GMPs. And with all due respect to the BLM, FLPMA is very clear that there's a requirement to revise plans. And this plan hasn't been updated in over 37 years. It looks like it started in the early 80s. So it's approaching a 40-year-old plan. And to me, this seems, in light of the requirement from Congress in 2008 for the Minidoka Relocation Center, the broader footprint to be managed, it just seems unconscionable that the BLM has let these plans go so old and really denied, not given the public really any opportunity to have a voice on public land management through comprehensive land RMP updates. I know you have older plans, which even to me makes my head scratch. I mean, counties are required to update their land use plans. The Park Service took 5 years to develop its general management plan for Minidoka. So I know you have other things to talk about. And I'll leave it at that. And hopefully we'll have a chance to have a dialogue about the Friends of Minidoka request to suspend the EIS process for Lava Ridge and develop a comprehensive approach for the multiple use resource area resources in this area. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, so thank you to both Pam and Mike. We appreciate it. And with that, we will move on to our last presentation before lunch, which is an update on the Section 106 consultation process. And this agenda item was requested by Subcommittee member Shauna Robinson, and Ashley Long is our presenter on this topic. And Ashley is a renewable energy archaeologist with the Twin Falls District. Ashley, if you want to go ahead and turn your camera and mic on.
Hello.
Hello, we see you and hear you.
Perfect.
It's all yours.
All right. Well, I'm going to share my screen here in a minute. I've got a few PowerPoint slides. To start off, before I just jumped in with an update, I wanted to provide just a brief overview of the Section 106 process again, just in case there were folks who weren't at our field trip where I kind of went over it there. But I'll provide a brief overview of the process and then kind of zero in on where we are right now. And I'll provide some updates on our programmatic agreement and some of the other things that we've got going on. Right, so give me 1 second, I'll get my screen figured out.
And just so you know, we can see your presentation, Ashley.
Perfect. Thank you, because I was just about to ask.
I figured you were.
All right, so these are just some really nice images that I like to use. These are from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. And they just kind of give a nice visual and summary of the steps, the main steps of the Section 106 process. So obviously, step 1 is to initiate the process and determine whether your proposed project is an undertaking as it is described or defined under the National Resource Protection Act. So this project, obviously an undertaking would be any project that has the potential to affect historic properties. Historic properties is a specific term associated with the NRHP, and it refers to any cultural resource that is listed or eligible to be listed to the National Register of Historic Places. And I have another slide here. So this is the criteria for determining whether a cultural resource is eligible. A resource would have to meet at least one of these criteria, A, B, C, or D, and then also have at least 2 of the aspects of integrity. I'll let you kind of look that over for just a second, and I'll go back to my first slide. So step 1, obviously we've completed those main steps, determined this is an undertaking that has the potential to affect historic properties. The next part of that step is to initiate consultation with consulting parties. And this can include Native tribes, it can include federal, state, local governments and organizations. And this is a complete list of our consulting parties to date. A lot of these individuals and organizations have came on over the course of the process as we've been getting through this over the last 2 years. But initially, we kicked off the project and initiated the Section 106 process back in 2020, actually, by sending out bulk invitations to join us in this process. And as you can see, we have quite a lot of organizations represented here, and we may have more than one or several individuals from each organization. Step 2 of the process then, after we've initiated consultation and gone through those first steps, the next step is to identify historic properties. Before we can go through our initial identification processes, we have to determine the area of potential effects. The area of potential effects is that area within which a project has the potential to affect historic properties, and specifically adversely affect historic properties. So one of the first things that we did with all of our consulting parties was go through a process to develop our areas of potential effects. And because this project is quite large, as you all know, we actually have 2 APEs. One is a physical APE and the other is referred to as the non-physical APE. The physical APE is the area in which we expect to see physical effects. So that would look like ground disturbance and things that are going to be associated specifically with, construction, operation and maintenance, reclamation, and things of that nature. Basically, any sort of disturbance to the surface and vegetation, changes to the landscape and things of that nature. And then we have our non-physical effects. And so that's primarily going to be our visual effects, but we do have to consider other things with visual, and that can be like auditory effects and atmospheric effects. In a lot of cases, those effects could be negligible, but we do take into consideration that we have the potential to have a variety of different types of effects. So that non-physical title, that encompasses a couple of different things, not just visual. And that area expands away from the project area up to 20 miles. So the physical APE is just the corridors, essentially. I think you've all probably seen those maps of the proposed project with the corridors, the siting corridors. Those are considered our physical APE. And then the non-physical APE is 20 miles buffered out from those corridors. So it's quite a large area. Once we determined that those were going to be our areas of potential effect, the next step was to initiate an inventory, a class 1 inventory is what we started with. In 1 second, I have another slide here. So a cultural resources class 1 inventory is a synthesis of all known resources within those areas of potential effects. It provides valuable information on what we know currently exists on the landscape, and it aids in identifying areas where we may have data gaps and where we may need additional inventory. It also provides information about general site types within those areas, and that also helps us with assessing effects and determining resolutions to those effects. And so our first class 1 was completed in 2021 by Power Engineers, is the contractor that completed that study. As part of that inventory, our physical APE has had 227 cultural resource inventories completed within that area. And also within that area, there have been 362 cultural resource sites, and 141 of those are considered historic properties. Our cultural resources class 1 addendum is currently being drafted by Power Engineers. We've got our first draft on June 3rd. And so this is an addendum to the initial document that covers that expanded 20-mile area. Excuse me. And within that area, we have 501 previous inventories that have been completed and we have 5,097 cultural resources, of which 576 are considered historic properties. And we also have quite a lot of unevaluated properties, so 416 to be exact. And typically the way that we address unevaluated resources is we treat them as if they are historic properties. So we would combine that 576 and 416, and that would be our total number of historic properties that we would be assessing for our non-physical APE. All right. Sorry, I just needed to shut my door real quick so you don't hear traffic through my house. All right, and so basically we're still in step 2. We're still working through our initial phases of identifying historic properties. As I said, our class 1 addendum is currently being drafted. We've gotten through 1 review period with our consulting parties, and those comments will be going back to the contractor, hopefully by the end of this week, for those comments to start being incorporated, and then we'll get a final draft to review. Another process that we have going on right now, included in this, is we have a KOP analysis underway. So KOP stands for a key observation point. And through consultation with our consulting parties and the tribes, we have identified up to 16 currently key observation points, and Power Engineers, the contractor, is actually currently in the field completing analysis at each of those key observation points. And essentially what's occurring is they're taking high resolution photographs from each of those places, and then also documenting the setting with the BLM's VRM forms. So that's the visual resource management forms. And they'll be completing those at each of the points. And then we also have the ability to have digital simulations of the project. So the turbines at up to 6 of those KOPs as well. And these KOPs are separate and in addition to the KOPs that have been identified in the EIS as part of the Nepa process. So this is an additional number that we have selected specifically for their relationship to cultural resources and historic properties in the area. All right, so step 3 then, after we have completed identifying all of the historic properties within the APEs, the next step would be to assess adverse effects. The criteria for adverse effects is laid out in the regulations. We apply that criteria to each of the historic properties and determine whether the project will have an adverse effect to that specific property. The next step, once an adverse effect is determined, the next step would be to resolve those adverse effects. And we do that either through avoidance, minimization, or mitigation of those adverse effects. We would then also notify the advisory council and continue, of course, our consultation with all of our stakeholders and consulting parties until an agreement is met. And then after an agreement has been met on the resolution of adverse effects, the project may proceed. So in the case of Lava Ridge, because we cannot fully determine or fully identify all historic properties or fully determine all of the effects to those historic properties prior to the record of decision, we are developing a programmatic agreement. And a programmatic agreement is a Section 106 agreement document that is often used in cases like this, where we have very complex undertakings where there's a need to phase the identification, evaluation, and effects assessments, or because it is a facility-specific, statewide, regional, or nationwide program. So in this case, we knew when we initiated this process that we were not going to have all of the information that we needed to make those final determinations and to make all of the effects resolutions. And so that is why we have been developing this programmatic agreement. And so that is my little overview of the Section 106 process. Before I get into my updates, I did want to just pause for just a second and see if there's any questions on this process at all. I just wanted to make sure that no one is completely lost.
Yes, and again, if you'd like to ask a question, you can either raise your hand or you can just turn your camera on, or you can pop it into the chat. I don't see anything, Ashley, so I think you're good to proceed.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, Shauna's got her, sorry. Shauna does have her hand up. Sorry about that.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I can't see it.
Hi, Ashley. Thank you.
Shauna.
Just a quick question on with your programmatic agreement. Does that change ever? Because in the process of going through the project, say everything is started and then something really critical or very important is discovered, is the agreement fluid enough that you can alter it, or do you stay with what was originally listed?
Shauna, do you mean like after the document was signed and approved, if something was to happen?
Yes.
Yes. So there is a process laid out within the PA actually. So there's some stipulations that specifically lay out the process for that. So it is a pretty common occurrence that, you know, things happen. And so there's a really detailed process laid out for how we would amend the document. What would, you know, if something happened that changed things so radically, it may trigger, you know, inventory and other things like that to be redone, or for additional work to be done. And all of that is laid out actually within the PA. So no, it won't just stay stagnant. It will be very fluid, and we'll have opportunities to edit it. And it'll, you know, sort of be a living document for the life of the project, basically.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ashley.
Mm-hmm. Okay. If there's no more questions, I can just get into my update. So right now, the BLM is reviewing and incorporating comments on draft 3 of our programmatic agreement. That draft went out to the consulting parties, and they had 30 days to review and comment that. And we have gotten many comments back, and I am currently working on reviewing all of those and getting them incorporated into the document. Some major components of the document that we are working on right now and discussing sort of the hot topics right now with consulting parties are the assessment of cumulative effects, the assessment of non-physical effects, measures to resolve effects. So that includes, you know, all of our avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures. And then finally, the processes for coordinating with Nepa, alternative development, and alternative selections. So there's a pretty high need to make sure that we coordinate this process as much as we can with the Nepa process. We want to make sure that, you know, not only our timelines, but our approaches and methods and everything are being incorporated, and we're taking all of the information from Nepa that we can to inform the Section 106 process and develop this PA. So those are kind of our our main things right now, specifically for the resolution of effects. That information will be laid out in a historic properties management plan. You'll hear the acronym, you'll see the acronym HPMP. So that's the Historic Properties Management Plan, which is stipulated by the programmatic agreement. And that management plan will include all of the resolution of effects measures. So it'll include all of the steps and processes for avoidance, minimization, any mitigation. And then for specific properties, we will have historic property treatment plans that will lay out specific steps and processes for any mitigation or treatments that need to occur at individual properties. So those are the big things that we're working on right now. I'm in the process of scheduling some meetings. We're going to have some big group meetings to go over these topics individually and start really fleshing out a lot of these things. These are going to be a lot of the meat of this document, really. And so we're getting into all of that. And so those are kind of our next steps. The next update I have is, again, just about our Class 1 addendum, which is currently underway, and we should be seeing a final, hopefully in the next month and a half. Having that information again is really huge for continuing this process. The information in there is going to help us greatly when we are determining how to assess these effects and getting a better idea of the types of sites that we have in the area that are likely to be impacted by the proposed project. But I think that's it as far as my update and overview of the Section 106 process. So again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to shoot them at me.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Again, if any of the subcommittee members have any questions or comments, you can raise your hand or pop that in the chat. Let's see, it looks like somebody's got their hand up, but I can't see who right now for some reason.
It's me. It's
It's Brenda Pace.
It's Brenda Pace.
Sorry
Thank you,
about that. I
Jennifer.
don't know why I wasn't able to see that. Okay, Brenda.
Ashley, thanks for that great overview. It's a complicated Section 106 effort, and I appreciate the level of interaction that you're having with all those consulting parties and everything, and just the level of effort that's going into it. I did just wonder, as you were speaking about the KOPs, whether your consulting parties had feedback to determining where those were at and what those were.
Yes, so we had several months where we were working with consulting parties to identify potential KOPs. We had lots of our consulting parties sent in. We gave everybody forms that they could fill out with information about sites that they may know of. You know, we really asked folks if it's just, you know, something that you may have just seen or that you're aware of, or something that maybe your organization is aware of, any information that you have that we could use to potentially locate it, you know, etc. We had a lot of turnout for that, and folks provided GIS points, and we had a lot of engagement. So after we got all of that information from the consulting parties, we went through, myself and the contractor went through and just refined them, you know, made sure we didn't have any duplicates or observation points that were sort of stacked on top of each other and things of that nature. But yes, everyone was involved. We also shared that process with the tribes as well and incorporated their input into some of our selections as well.
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, I think we probably have time for one more question, because I did promise you I wouldn't mess with your lunch break, and this is the only thing standing between you and that. So if there's anyone else that has any questions or comments, if you could, again, either raise your hand or turn on your camera. I don't see anything else popped in the chat. All right. Well, thank you, Ashley, so much. We really appreciate that update. And yes, thank you very much. All right, so at this point, it does bring us to our lunch hour. I'm going to ask my colleague Hannah Kane if she could please post on the screen. We do have a public comment period scheduled for this afternoon, and I checked the list yesterday of the folks that had signed up to speak at that. And so what we want to do, this is the list of the folks that we pulled out of the Zoom registration who had indicated that they would like to speak. If there is any of our attendees that are watching that are not on the list but would like to speak, if you could please either raise your hand and we will add you to the list, or if you're on the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 on your mobile phone. So again, if you are not on the list, but you'd like to speak, if you could please indicate that, that will help us plan better and figure out how much time everyone has. So otherwise, we're going to go ahead and take a 1 hour break, and we will start back here at 1 p.m. So everyone have a great lunch, and we will see you in an hour. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch break. It went very fast for me, that hour. All right, well, our next presentation is on the potential impacts of birds and bats. And we have 3 experts in this field. We have Chris Hine with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, and Matt Stuber and Dan Nolfi with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And this topic was suggested by subcommittee member Brenda Pace, and I believe some others as well. And this was a follow-up to the presentation during the July 7th meeting by Frank Edelman with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game. So with that, Chris, Dan, and Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jennifer. Gentlemen, if it's, I mean, I guess I can start and we can all just kind of go in order. I think we're all 3 of us are planning to speak for a little bit, and then plenty of time for questions and hopefully answers, or at least some discussion with the rest of our slotted agenda time here. So Chris, Dan, is that okay? Should I start off?
Sure. That works, Matt. Thanks.
Okay. Well, let's first introduce ourselves, I suppose. I'm Matt Stuber, as Jennifer said. I am a raptor biologist, and my official title is the Eagle Coordinator with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's MAG Bird Program in Region 1. My office is in Portland. I actually live in Medford, Oregon, in Southern Oregon, but mostly what I work on a day-to-day basis is raptor management on behalf of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Hine. I'm a senior project leader with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. I'm a bat biologist in training in both, and I've been working on Had some wind energy issues for the past 15 years. I live in Hillsboro, Oregon, so not too far away from that. I'll kind of focus on what we know about bat and bird mortality in the US and the region. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dan Nolfi. I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Office. And I'm usually tied into, or probably tied into, pretty much all the wind energy development in Idaho. I am basically the de facto bat biologist for the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Office. I work really closely with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game, folks like Chris Hine on a national level, et cetera. I also do quite a lot of aquatic stuff, so I bring quite a bit of diverse background, but I've worked on wind energy projects in the Northeast US, Southeast US, Upper Midwest for probably about the last 10 to 15 years. And so I can bring some perspective on just kind of how things have been going with Idaho and where the service is going in particular with bat species and impacts from wind energy. Glad to be here. Appreciate it.
All right, so I'll start off really quick here. I don't plan to talk for long. I wanted to first say to everybody that the Migratory Bird Program, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, is a cooperating agency with the BLM on the development of their environmental impact statement for their decision on the Lava Ridge Wind right-of-way. So a lot of what I'm going to say here are things that we're already conveying to the BLM through a part of that process. So just something to keep in mind. But for the benefit of everybody, just a really quick introduction to impacts of migratory birds and wind, and specifically eagles a little bit. I'll mention that at the end. So everybody, I think, here understands that there are some potential ways that wind energy development can impact migratory birds. The classic way that people like to, the thing that people like to talk about, and the thing that often makes the articles and makes the headlines, are the collisions between migratory birds and project infrastructure. But there's other ways as well. There's habitat impacts from construction, or there can be habitat impacts to birds from construction of the project, habitat degradation impacts from long-term changes to bird abundances around wind projects after they go in. And then there's other impacts, during a project operation, birds can be hit by cars and things like that. So there are some other impacts as well that go along with wind energy and migratory birds. The effects and the actual impact felt in the populations varies quite a bit from species to species and project to project, but just, giving a general list of things to think about when you're thinking about migratory birds and wind. The Fish and Wildlife Service has some published best management practices for avoiding and mostly for minimizing impacts to migratory birds when wind energy projects go in. They've got 27 we have a document called the Land-Based Wind Energy Guidelines, and there's 27 avoidance and minimization measures or best management practices in that document recommended. That's just 27 for construction and operation of the project. There's more for things like repowering and decommissioning. These are things like minimizing your project footprint, the area of disturbed land, minimizing the presence of infrastructure on the landscape. A lot of them are pretty basic things. Avoid using towers with guy wires, lighting recommendations, things like that. Of course, siting is also a hugely important minimization measure. That is probably the most important minimization measure that can be utilized to minimize impacts to migratory birds, both macro siting, which is deciding where to put a wind project on the landscape, and micro siting, which is once you've decided where to put a project, deciding exactly where you're going to put your turbines on the landscape. So those are two hugely important pieces. Another one that my program likes to throw in a lot is avoiding habitat clearing activities during the migratory bird breeding season, which take all the species together, it's a pretty big chunk of time, but most birds breed in the spring and the summer. The state of Idaho is listed, and moving on here, I guess, to talk about Lava Ridge in particular. The state of Idaho has listed several species. Well, they have a list of species of greatest conservation need in Idaho, and several of those species could potentially occur in the Lava Ridge project. And the vulnerability of these species, and I'm about to give you a few of them that stuck out to me, but the vulnerability of them, I think, depends on a lot of different things that we can talk about later. But some of these species that are these are all tier 2 species from the state conservation action strategy. Columbian sharp-tailed grouse, American white pelican, ferruginous hawk, which is a raptor, so species that I manage and work with, long-billed curlews, burrowing owls. Those are just a couple that kind of jumped out to me as things that could potentially be in these projects or near this lava ridge project. Raptors tend to be susceptible to collisions with turbines if they're present. And I, just a quick, glance at where this project is going to be and knowing what I know about raptors in Idaho, I kind of listed some species I expect to be in the vicinity: red-tailed hawks, ferruginous hawks, Swainson's hawks, great horned owls, barn owls, and burrowing owls kind of made my list there. Also, there's bound to be rough-legged hawks in this area in the winter months. So probably some also, and I also have listed here some listed ravens, not a raptor, but a species a large bird that's probably going to be around the project, this project area. And of course, the vulnerability, as I mentioned, of all these species, just because they're in the vicinity doesn't necessarily mean they're at risk. The vulnerability is going to depend on site-specific factors and the behavior of the birds, how they're using the landscape. Another species, this is always kind of the elephant in the room when I'm in these meetings, but another species that the service knows will be in the area and believes will be at some risk from this project are bald and golden eagles. Both species are protected by the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act. Magic Valley Energy, the project proponent here, has applied for an eagle take permit from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and that means that they've applied for a permit to authorize take of eagles at this facility. The service could decide to issue this permit, but we need to find first that Magic Valley Energy has avoided and minimized their take to the extent practicable. We'd have to find that they've offset their predicted take, their authorized take, at a ratio of 1.2 mitigation credits to 1, that they've agreed to a fatality monitoring plan and an adaptive management plan as well that would require other experimental measures if take rates are higher than predicted. So eagle take permits aren't easy to get. They require a lot from the applicant upfront, and Magic Valley Energy has applied. So the service will make a decision on that permit application coming up here after the BLM makes their decision on this right-of-way application. And then after Magic Valley Energy decides what the project is going to look like, how many turbines there's going to be on the ground, and what size and everything, the dimensions of those turbines. That'll be the point when the service will be able to make a decision on that. That is the quick intro of general bird stuff and just some general stuff I know about the area around Lava Ridge from my bird standpoint. Who's next?
I think maybe I'll go and talk in some generalities about data from the US and the region, and then Dan, if you want, you can hone in on more local and Idaho specific information. I'm going to share my screen. I do have a couple of slides. So hopefully this is coming through for you.
It is. Yep.
Okay. Okay, super. What I'm presenting is basically data from a 2020 report produced by what is now called the Renewable Energy Wildlife Institute, but at the time it was the American Wind Wildlife Institute. And we'll speak to information with respect to the US and then the Pacific region, which includes Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. So just to kind of give you a frame of mind here. So for bats, what we see is that nationally, the hoary bat, silver-haired bat, and eastern red bat, and these are commonly grouped into what are called migratory tree roosting bats. These make up the highest proportion of fatalities. And it's the reason is it's believed that these individuals may be attracted to wind turbines for some reason, and that's still there's several hypotheses, so it's being explored as to why they are interacting with wind turbines. But from thermal video data, we do see bats flying, making multiple passes in and around the wind turbine, back and forth through the rotor swept area, and having some sort of interest in the structure. In the Pacifics, the percent composition is much higher for hoary bats and silver-haired bats. The eastern red bat doesn't occur in the region or is very rare. And there's a few other species that can make up a high percentage within their range, but may not occur in the region or may only make up a small percentage of fatality in the Pacific. I've listed kind of the top few species here, but of the 45 or so species in the US, half have been found as fatalities at wind energy facilities. So this gives you a sense of the percent composition and what you might expect to see at Lava Ridge, mostly hoary bats and silver-haired bats. The timing of fatalities in the US and the Pacific tends to be in late summer. So roughly mid-July through October is generally when you'll see most of the fatalities. There's very little to none in the winter and spring. The Pacific region does have higher spring fatalities compared to other regions, and this is mostly silver-haired bats from the data that I've seen. But what's nice about this is that we can focus our minimization efforts on a relatively narrow period of time throughout the year. With respect to mortality, and this is bats per megawatt, the Pacific region tends to be on the lower side of mortality. So here, based on available data, 1 bat per megawatt, compared to the Midwest, which is the highest of those regions, which can be, almost 11 bats per megawatt. So relative to other places in the US, overall, on average, mortality is relatively low, but it can be high at some sites. There's a site in Idaho that has an average of 9.3 bats per megawatt. There is variation within a region. And so what might be important is finding out, what are the differences among these sites and why do we see such large differences in some relative to others. Reducing bat mortality, there's 2 main strategies. One is preventing wind turbines from spinning when bats are at risk. And so we've got some things on our side here. One I already mentioned, the timing of fatalities is roughly over 2.5-3 month period. Fatalities also tend to occur under low wind speed conditions, so conditions which wind energy isn't really producing as much. So a term called blanket curtailment is applied, and under these conditions, so low wind speed conditions over a period of time, only at night when bats are active, and it can significantly reduce mortality. It does come at a cost. It does result in a loss of renewable energy produced, so it's not ideal, but that loss of energy tends to only be 1 to 3%. So it's relatively low. There are strategies to try to further refine this minimization approach. Sometimes it's called smart curtailment or sensor-based curtailment. And this incorporates actual bat activity. So it's still applied under certain conditions, but only when bats are detected. So you can put detectors up on top of wind turbines and apply curtailment in the fall period, but it's only triggered when bats are detected by these sensors. And the intent here is still to have a good conservation value to significantly reduce fatality, but also limit the loss of power production. One other strategy that's used for bats, it does have mixed results, but this is to install acoustic deterrents on top of wind turbines. And what this does is these generate ultrasound or sound above 20 kilohertz to interfere with bat sonar. And so these are commonly placed on top of the nacelle and project sound in different directions around the wind turbine. The challenge is that ultrasound doesn't travel as far. So the higher the frequency, the less distance that sound can travel. And so some of the frequencies that might interfere with that sonar we can't emit them all the way out to the ends of the rotor swept area. And this will become more and more challenging as turbines get larger and larger. Switching over to birds, kind of a similar rundown here. There are over 300 species that have been identified as fatalities across the US. And so what's been done here is to group them based on size or similarity. So small songbirds make up over half of fatalities across the US, and it's pretty consistent with the Pacific region. One of the bigger differences here is for diurnal raptors that Matt mentioned several species earlier. There's a higher percentage of raptor fatality in the Pacific region relative to the rest of the US. And for several of these other groups of birds, they tend to be lower in the US, in the Pacific relative to the US. One exception is owls. What's different, another difference between birds and bats is the timing of fatalities. So fatalities do occur across the year for birds. You do see peaks in the spring and the fall season, but there is fatality in the winter. And in the Pacific, fatality is roughly consistent across the year. So there's not a set of time when, like with bats, like a particular season where you could focus a minimization strategy. It needs to be applied throughout the year, and it may differ by the species that are present at given times. When we look at mortality based on large groups of birds, so if we just look at small birds, the Pacific region is on the lower end with respect to bird mortality or small bird mortality compared to other regions. The same is true for large raptors, smaller than other regions, but the mortality of raptor species, again, is much higher compared to other regions. And then there are a couple things that are being explored to try to help with siting decisions for raptors. I think if we look at the mitigation hierarchy, avoidance is the first approach, and what you can't avoid, you try to minimize, and what you can't minimize, you try to mitigate. So if we can avoid raptor mortalities in particular, based on an understanding of how raptors are using the landscape, I think we'll be better off and not have to implement minimization strategies or have very little compensatory mitigation that needs to be applied. So one effort is looking at eagle flight behavior from GPS tags, pairing that with how they use the landscape, ridge lines and thermals, and atmospheric data to generate predicted flight paths. And so here's a map with the darker the red, the more likely eagle use is, or flight patterns tend to be. And you can overlay that with wind energy facilities or proposed wind farms to see where the predicted flight path is relative to where wind turbines are. And in this case, and this is preliminary data, but in this case, the eagle flight path is right in line with a lot of wind energy. And so this might be a tool as it develops to inform siting decisions or where to monitor to see whether there will be eagle and wind energy interactions. Oops, sorry. The last thing I'll mention here is for eagles, one of the strategies to reduce mortality is to use camera-based detection systems that inform some sort of response. And so these camera systems use machine learning to distinguish a species of interest, such as an eagle, from other objects, from other raptors, from planes. And then in the case of Identiflight, which is one type of camera-based system, its response is once it detects an eagle nearby, it informs curtailment while the bird is at risk. Another camera-based system called DT Bird responds by emitting a loud noise, so it has kind of a deterrent response. And that noise is emitted at 2 different distances as the eagle is approaching. At a greater distance to alert the bird to try to get it from its continued flight path towards the wind turbines. And if that doesn't dissuade the bird, a second noise is emitted at a much closer distance to try to keep that bird from interacting with the wind turbine. So I will stop there and hand it over to Dan.
Thanks, Chris. And that's a fantastic background to lead into, I guess, my perspective and understanding of wind energy in Idaho. The first thing I want to point out is just how appreciative I am to even be here to talk about this. A lot of the wind facilities that I work with are on private land, and there are a lot of challenges associated with that. And there's a lot of understanding of the impacts to those species, but there's not a lot of ability to really think about that adaptive management after the facility is on the ground, and how do we use some of those tools that Chris was just talking about, and how do we get that feedback to folks like Matt about raptors and passerines in particular, as to, can we then pivot with a wind facility and therefore reduce those impacts. So again, I can't emphasize enough, this is a really great opportunity that I don't often get to engage in, because it doesn't exist a lot of times when we're talking about facilities on private land. Chris showed the Pacific Northwest and the bat fatalities, and yeah, the truth of the matter is fatalities of bats in the Pacific Northwest are some of the lower bats per megawatt across the US. What we, however, see in Idaho, in particular, southern and eastern Idaho, are some of the highest fatalities. And there's 2 things there. I think there is some truth in that. And there's also a lack, or has been a lack, of some of our older projects of using a standardized way of developing fatality estimates. And so keep that in mind. But the fact is when, when we receive garbage bags full of bats from a wind operator, it's stunning, regardless if the megawatts are 10 or 33 bats per megawatt. And that's some of the numbers that we've gotten over the years, which are really egregious when you think about it compared to national averages. The composition that Chris pointed out certainly holds true in Idaho. Hoary bats and silver-haired bats make up the majority of those impacted at facilities in Idaho. Both of those species are species listed under the state as species of greatest conservation need, specifically due to wind energy. Another 2 species that show up at these facilities somewhat consistently, big brown bat, and then at a few facilities, the little brown bat. And I just want to mention, folks that are familiar with the little brown bat, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is currently in a review process to see whether there's a need to put the little brown bat under federal protection under the Endangered Species Act. And the second primary driver for that review is wind energy. And one of the wind facilities somewhat close to the location of this facility, 10% of the makeup of bat fatalities are little brown bats. So I do have some major concerns about bat impacts at any facility in Idaho. But I think the thing here that's a little bit different is maybe the ability to engage and actually use some of those tools. The science is well proven for reducing bat fatalities, but you have to use it. And this, to me, this is a first step, at least being able to have these engaged discussions. And it's not just bats, it also we have similar tools that can help reduce those impacts for birds as well. And so with that, I don't want to talk for too long. I think the 3 of us really are more looking forward to being able to engage questions that you all may have specific to this facility, or helping you understand some of the tools that may be out there and available. So thanks.
Thank you. And I do just want to mention that we do have in the attendees, Mike McDonald from the Idaho Department of Fish and Game, who graciously reached out. So if there's any questions that come in that are more appropriate for Fish and Game, I think sometimes it's hard for all of us to understand where the lines are with the different agencies. Just know that he's a resource, and we can send questions his way if there's something that comes in that's maybe more appropriate for them. I think, like I said, it's hard for us to know whose lane sometimes questions are in. So thank you all 3 very much. And subcommittee members, if you have questions for Matt or Chris or Dan, Again, you can either raise your hand or you can turn your camera on, or you can pop questions or comments in the chat. And we do have about 15 minutes for questions available before our next presentation. So. Looks like Brenda Pace has her hand up and her camera on. So Brenda, go ahead.
Hey guys, thank you very much for that informative, those 3 informative presentations. I appreciate knowing about bat and bird mortality, fatalities across the nation. This area, as you may know, is pseudo-karst with lots of lava tubes around, certainly, and probably within the project area. I'm curious about your thoughts on impacts to bats that live year-round on the desert, and also wondering if there's been, I haven't found any research on possible non-disturbance buffers that might help protect those hibernating populations, and also maternity populations too in lava tubes. Thank you.
Yeah, I can feed that one, or try to at least. Yeah, you're correct, Brenda. The pseudokarst, or what most people would think of as lava tubes or lava karst across the Snake River Plain, is certainly some of our most well-studied bat hibernacula because of ease of access compared to our true karst that exists at some high elevations across the Middle Rockies, for instance. There is a lot of unknowns as to long distance migration. I think is maybe even a little easier because we have so much documented fatalities at wind facilities. There does seem to be kind of a broad front of bat migration through the Snake River Plain, but those bats that do not migrate long distances and use those regional habitats for winter habitat, they're really just not well understood. We don't have a lot of information of knowing where these bats are flying to and from, whether they're staying localized throughout the summer or they're traveling long distance to come to this area specifically to hibernate. But the risk is clearly there. I pointed out that one facility that had 10% of the bats made up of the little brown bat. And I think what that does is it helps shape how a facility in the path of potentially a movement corridor, a migration corridor, whatever that habitat is used for, can certainly have higher impacts to certain species.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Or Brenda, did you have, saw you pop on for a minute there, a follow-up?
I did. As we're talking about these new deterrents, and the ultrasonic deterrents seem very interesting, and I just kind of was wondering if what impact they might have on habitat for bats. They're going to discourage bats from going to near the towers, but if the towers are blanketing a really, really large region, it seems like that will also cause elimination of habitat for bats. So am I right in thinking that there might be concern about habitat impacts with ultrasonic devices used to deter them?
It comes up a lot, that question. But given how limited the sound is dispersed from the tower and the cell of the wind turbine, it's really localized. So I don't believe that it has any influence on bat movement within the wind farm, between wind turbine strings or anything like that. It really is just meant to keep bats from approaching the structure or making an uncomfortable airspace, disorienting their means of one of their key means of perception. So I think it's just limited to the turbine itself. the turbines themselves.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Brenda, I didn't mean to step on you there.
I have one more question and then I'll let somebody else ask a question.
Absolutely.
This one's related to eagles and raptors, and particularly winter use, which I've seen, at least in my experience, over by where I live, we have a lot of winter raptor use. And so I'm wondering if the decision to issue a take permit is only applied to impact or thoughts about nesting birds, and also in the landscape that Lava Ridge is situated. Are there any, are standard kind of eagle point counts and things like that, are they adequate for assessing nesting habitat? So I'm thinking, do they adequately assess rimrock habitat for nesting? And also in juniper forests, the aerial surveys that are done, are those adequate for assessing nesting habitat in juniper forests, and also on the ground?
Okay, so I'll try to address all that. If I missed anything, let me know. So the Eagle Take permit or the Eagle Take application review process, we don't necessarily, I mean, we certainly consider use of birds seasonally, but we don't necessarily focus on one season over the other. The permit would be issued for incidental take of eagles throughout the year and throughout the whole entire permit tenure. So whatever if the permit was 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. So anyway, there's no necessarily not necessarily a seasonal focus. There could be a seasonal focus on avoidance and minimization measures, or something like that. If we thought there was a time of year that eagles were most at risk, during a certain season, that season could be a way that we target minimization. About the point count surveys being adequate for nesting, the service's recommendation and really requirement for Eagle Take permit issuance, or at least if applicants want to use their data as a part of our collision risk model, the requirement is that they conduct 2 years of avian use surveys, which are point count surveys, but many of them also do eagle nest surveys. And I believe for Lava Ridge, Magic Valley Energy hired a consultant to do both. So we have nest location information that's based on nest specific, large bird surveys, large bird nest surveys, and then we have avian point count data as well. So I don't know if that answers all your questions, but I think that was what I heard in there.
Yeah, thanks you guys, all of you, for answering my questions.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Garrett Visser was next, and then we'll go to Commissioner Shank. So Garrett, go ahead.
I actually think I stepped in line in front of the commissioner, so I'm going to let him go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Would it be a correct statement to say that the larger the turbine is, the longer the blades, the closer the turbine towers are to each other, the higher the mortality rate for birds and bats, raptors is?
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, so the larger turbines get the spacing between them gets farther and farther apart. And that has to do with they create larger and larger wakes and disturbance behind them. And so to be efficient, they want to space those turbines out. So the idea going forward, as turbines get larger, each will be able to produce more energy, but there will be fewer within a wind energy facility. With respect to size and mortality, I can speak to bats, and it's a little uncertain. There is a trend for larger turbines, taller and larger turbines with higher mortality, but there is a little, I guess, uncertainty in it because of some other factors that have been associated with some of these studies. But that does seem to be a trend. So as they get bigger, we do see more mortality, but I think there's still some work to determine that relationship.
And I'll chime in from a raptor standpoint. Just reiterate what Chris said about turbines getting farther apart as they get bigger. So there tends to be a relationship at projects where the bigger the turbines get, the farther apart they get, but also the fewer of them they tend to need and tend to put up. So as turbines get bigger, we see fewer turbines, which is good because the service actually, we do for raptors and for eagles, we do anticipate that and assume in our modeling that the larger the turbines and the bigger the more hazardous area that exists in the airspace, the higher the risk to the resource. So if you think about it, if there's a set number of eagles flying through a project footprint, flying through that airspace, as you increase the turbine size, it increases the hazardous area, which increases the risk. The number of eagles might stay the same flying through that airspace, but you're just more space where they could collide equates to higher risk. That's how we think of it.
All right, I think we have time for one more question. So Garrett, go ahead.
Thank you. So I know we've got, point surveys and nesting surveys for raptors, and I'm just more curious on just kind of a larger understanding larger patterns, and just wondering if the BLM or the Fish and Wildlife Service has created any models of eagle or raptor flight behavior across Idaho, and if that's even possible.
So we have done a variety of different modeling projects, and one of them is not necessarily depicting where eagles are going to fly, but they're depicting where good nesting habitat is. So we do have a model for where good nesting habitat is in several BCRs in the Western United States, and we have one that overlaps Lava Ridge. We don't necessarily have a model of their flights. We would have to, we don't have something like that on a large scale. You could come up with something like that by, as Chris mentioned earlier, by modeling some of the lift that would exist in the vicinity of Lava Ridge. So the orographic lift in particular, I think, would be something that would tell you where eagles could be found in flight most commonly. So that's the only idea I have there, but I'm not aware of any modeling of flight in the Lava Ridge area.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much to Matt and Dan and Chris. We really appreciate your time today. And with that, I think we'll take a quick 5-minute break before our next presentation. I know everybody always appreciates that after lunch. So you guys, thank you. You did have the dreaded 1 p.m. after lunch spot. We appreciate it. And subcommittee members and everybody will take 5 minutes, and we'll come back here at 1:45 for our next presentation. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Our next presentation is, hang on, sorry, I need my notes here. Our next presenter, I should say, is Corey Skinner with the Idaho Department of Water Resources. And as you will recall, we were hoping to have somebody from Idaho Water Resources speak at our July 7th meeting, but unfortunately the staff were not available. So we really appreciate Corey being on today. As you know, we've had a lot of discussion and questions regarding the potential impacts of the proposed Lava Ridge project on water rights, water quantity, water quality, and other water related issues. So Corey, if you want to go ahead and turn your camera and microphone on, and I will share your presentation. I see Corey in the panelist list. Let's see if we can get Corey here. Bear with us for a moment while we try to get Corey popped in. Hannah is work. Oh, Corey is on the phone. There we go. We can hear you, Corey.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. There we go. So
Okay.
let me get your presentation on the screen. But meantime, I don't know if you heard my introduction to you. I just gave a very brief one, but if you want to go ahead and say some more, go ahead, feel free. And I'm going to share your presentation right now. And when you're ready for me to advance your slides, you just let me know.
Okay. Yeah, I was able to hear you okay, Jennifer. So
okay,
I'm Corey Skinner, and I'm the Southern Region Manager with the Idaho Department of Water Resources here in Twin Falls. My contact information's there on that opening slide or whatever. Those of you who are familiar with Twin Falls, our office is located in the old county hospital and on the 5th floor, thus the Suite 500. If you want to go ahead and advance the slide, Jennifer. So just wanted to emphasize, as of this date, we, Idaho Department of Water Resources, do not have any formal proposals yet submitted to us related to the Lava Ridge project. No applications or water right filings or anything like that. Having said that, we have had multiple conversations with LS Power representatives, Magic Valley Energy, Idaho Water Engineering LLC, regarding possible water development options and that sort of thing. We've also had conversations with representatives from the BLM, I believe Galileo Project LLC, and multiple members of the public regarding the project. And then obviously, you know, we've seen all the news articles and social media postings and, you know, those types of things that are out there. You want to go ahead and advance the slide? So my understanding of the project, just kind of a basic understanding here, is that there's going to be windmills being built out in Lincoln, Jerome, and Minidoka counties, primarily, or I guess east of Highway 93, kind of in that area. And the water needs for the project pretty much consist of a relatively large amount of water for the initial construction period over approximately a 2-year period. And then after the project is constructed, there'll be very minimal water use or water needs going forward, primarily for providing some water for some employees, like in offices and shops located on the project. And then my understanding is that they're anticipating drilling some new wells. The last I had heard from their representatives was approximately half a dozen wells on the project. Probably next slide. So I wanted to indicate, hopefully everybody's aware, but South Central Idaho, including the area where the Lava Ridge project is to be located, has been subject to the Eastern Snake River Plain moratorium since the early 1990s. The moratorium basically shut down the issuance of new consumptive use water rights. Those types of uses would include irrigation, municipal, industrial, commercial type operations or uses of water. The moratorium does allow us to process an application for a new water right for a consumptive use if the consumptive use is mitigated. And typically this involves giving up an already existing consumptive use water right, primarily in this part of the state. Good example would be like maybe a municipality wants a new water right. If they retire an existing irrigation water right, that might be enough to offset a new consumptive municipal water right. The moratorium does allow the issuance or processing and the issuance of domestic use water rights. Domestic use is defined in Idaho Code 42-111. That's an exception to the moratorium, but not necessarily that big of a deal, because Idaho Code 42-227 basically is an exemption. It indicates that you do not need a water right for the construction of a new well if the water is used for domestic purposes. And so the domestic purposes are defined in Idaho Code 42-111. If you advance to the next slide. So this is a copy of Idaho Code 42-111. It's basically the definition of domestic water use in the state of Idaho. And keying in on basically the two first sections, Part A and Part B. Part A allows for water use for homes, organization camps, public campgrounds, and livestock, any other purposes in connection therewith, and allows a water use allowance. But basically going forward, like for this project, if you look at Part B, it's any other uses. So anything that doesn't qualify or fall under the Part A description, they can use water as long as they do not exceed an instantaneous diversion rate of 4/100.04 cubic feet per second, which is approximately 18 gallons a minute. And they do not exceed a daily diversion volume of 2,500 gallons. So if it's a new well and you're under those two amounts, you do not need a recorded water right in the state of Idaho in order to use water for that purposes, or for those purposes. Probably next slide. So I guess for the project, there's several different ways that perhaps they could approach the development of water in that area. Obviously, they could rely on the domestic exemption. Possible maybe pitfalls for the developers on that is they can only have 0.04 cubic feet per second and up to 2,500 gallons per day per individual parcel where a well or wells would be constructed. Not very much water, in particular for the needs that are, I believe, needed for the construction end of the development. Another option might be new water right filings. It'd be one filing per system. Typically, well and where that water goes that's diverted from the well would be viewed as a system. But in those scenarios, because of the moratorium, consumptive uses will need to be mitigated. Another option would be transfer applications. And this is where you can take an existing water right and change the POD, a point of diversion, place of use or POU, nature and or the period of use or season of use of the water right. So that's a matter of maybe taking like a irrigation water right and going through a process to move it from a farm to some other location, perhaps new wells, use it for new uses, that type of thing. Again, there's one filing per system under that scenario, basically just changing an existing water right that's already on the books. Another possible option is the water supply bank and utilizing leases and rentals. The water supply bank is ran by the Idaho Water Resource Board. It's an entity separate from the Idaho Department of Water Resources, but closely related. But the idea behind the water supply bank is a water user could choose to not use their water right, and they place it in the water supply bank, lease it into the bank, and then the managers of the bank can then rent that water right out to another water user for similar or a different type of use. So it's a way to kind of like a transfer application to change existing water rights. However, the bank, the nature of that is that it's a temporary type of a process. Typically, a lot of times year to year, or not for more than a 5-year type of a period. And then because of that temporary nature of the water supply bank lease and rental process, we do not allow the construction of new wells through that process. Probably realistically, they might be looking at some combination of the scenarios outlined above. But through those processes, unless they rely on a domestic wells, they're going to have to modify or change or utilize existing water rights that are already on the books. Just a little maybe item of note there: new water right filings and transfer applications where you're changing the existing water rights are subject to public notice and protest. So the public could have an opportunity to weigh in on those potential filings or whatever. Maybe next slide. So I wanted to just kind of point out the project is located in the ESPA, or what we call the Eastern Snake Plain Aquifer. And the department utilizes a tool for changes to water rights within the ESPA. And it's shown on this aerial image, the area outlined in red. So basically, it's a groundwater model based on years of data collection and scientific modeling and that type of thing, that utilizes a computer modeling system. And then we have spreadsheets that rely on the model to make calculations and estimates of what happens if we move water around within that aquifer. What impacts does it have to hydrologically connected reaches of the Snake River above and below Milner Dam? So on this image, Milner Dam's the red dot down there towards the bottom. The two little green dots are roughly one of them in the Cary area and then the other one over in the Wendell area. So hypothetically, if we were to move a water right from the Cary area down to the Wendell area, we could input data into this model, and the model would predict what kind of impacts we would have on the Snake River from moving from Cary to the Wendell area. The model cells within that modeled area are roughly 1 mile by 1 mile. So if any change beyond much further than 1 mile, then you'd have to go through the analysis to see what impacts that you would have on the Snake River. Probably next slide. So I guess various conversations with parties over the last year plus, I guess, relating to the project. I've seen and heard lots of different water amounts being thrown around and that type of thing. And I thought I wanted to, it'd be good to share this slide and just talk a little bit about amounts of water. You hear gallons of water or millions of gallons of water or tens of millions of gallons of water, or maybe even 100 million gallons of water. And what does that really mean? So basically 325,850 gallons is equivalent to 1 acre foot. An acre foot is enough water to cover 1 acre of land 1 foot deep. So hopefully that maybe helps you visualize that. 1 million gallons, therefore, would be approximately a little over 3 acre feet. So a tool that the department utilizes in changes to irrigation water rights to other uses is this ET Idaho, developed by the University of Idaho. And there's a link to their website there where you can access this tool. But it basically, you can go out to their website and pick a location in the state of Idaho if there's weather data there, various stations that they have identified around the state. And then you can go in and look at how much water does a particular type of crop take in that area. And the department looks at what we call precipitation deficit values, and it's also known as the net irrigation requirement. It's basically how much water does a crop need, theoretically, in this area based on that water need minus what is provided by precipitation. That's where the weather data and the historical, precipitation amounts and that kind of thing kind of factor into it. So I went out to the website and looked at the Hazleton weather station and the Shoshone weather station, and what kind of crops and how much water, theoretically would they need. And you can kind of see that little table down there at the bottom. So, alfalfa is roughly 3 acre feet per acre. Grains are more down towards the 2 acre feet per acre amount. So, theoretically, if you needed 1 million gallons of water in that Hazleton Shoshone area on an annual basis, you're looking at roughly an acre's worth of alfalfa, or perhaps 1.5 acres of a grain crop. So just a method that we use to analyze those changes from irrigation to other types of uses or whatever. So, you kind of get a feel for a certain amount of water need and, what does that equate to on an irrigation type of basis. And I think that might be the last slide. I think probably just open it up to any questions that anybody has from there. So.
Thank you so much, Corey. We actually do have one in the chat from Commissioner Shank, and he is asking, does the Idaho Department of Water Resources look at the blasting in construction to ensure we don't damage the aquifer?
We do not. I saw this issue somewhere recently, maybe on an online forum or something, that somebody was raising the question, and kind of thought about it a little bit. And through my entire career, we've never been involved in anything like that with regards to the blasting. I mean, there's been numerous construction projects through my career, a lot of times, roadway construction and that type of thing. And that issue's really never been raised that I'm aware of, other than for this particular project. In that particular area, in general, the aquifer is fairly deep, probably in excess of 200 feet before you get water out in that area. I'm not aware of that ever being an issue in my career. I did hear of one particular, and this was kind of second or third hand type of information, one particular construction project quite a few years ago, where they did do some blasting, and my understanding is there was potentially some impact to some neighboring existing wells, and the developer, had to end up paying for the redrilling of some of the wells that may have potentially been impacted. But, that was many years ago. And also that particular location was south of the Snake River, not in this area, I guess, and in an area where the aquifer was closer to the surface too. So hopefully that answers that. So.
Thank you, Corey. And again, subcommittee members, if you'd like to ask a question, just raise your hand or go ahead and turn your camera on. I don't see anything else in the chat. Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay, Shauna.
Thanks, Jennifer. Yes, my question is with the impacts of drilling extra wells like the 6 extra wells, how would that affect some of the nearby wells that are located on some of the farms and ranches?
More than likely, that issue would probably be raised if they did make a water right filing. And in general, in the Magic Valley, we typically do not see a lot of impacts from one particular well to a nearby well unless they're really, really close together. I know from experience a well that we monitor here on a bi-monthly basis here in the Magic Valley. It's an old abandoned irrigation well, and fairly close to that well, probably within 100 feet, is a new irrigation well that they pump. And, historically measurements in the old original well have not varied that much, whether or not the new irrigation well is running or not. So, I wouldn't anticipate, much, if any, probably, certainly anything that you could probably measure, unless the wells are like right next to each other. So, and being in a fairly remote location, my suspicion is that probably won't be much of an issue. So.
Okay, thank you, Corey.
All right, Commissioner Johnson has his hand up. Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you. Corey, just to clear in my mind on the domestic wells on that other usage, the maximum draw could be up to 2,500 gallons per day. Is that per well? So if there were 6 wells, it would be 15,000 gallons a day.
Yeah, if you look at that statute, it really doesn't tell you. The department has kind of developed a policy to view that on a per parcel basis. So, it depends on how big your parcel is. But if I have 1 acre, a 1 acre parcel, I could have 3 or 4 wells out there, but we view that exemption and that use to be limited to the 2,500 gallons per day total for that parcel, no matter how many wells you have. So more than likely, such a big project here, these 6 wells are going to be far enough apart that they would probably be on different parcels. So I would anticipate that, they'd probably, each well would have a 2,500 gallon limitation. But, I don't know the specifics yet. I suppose it's possible that maybe 2 of the wells could be on the same parcel, and, those 2 wells collectively would be limited to 2,500 gallons a day.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we probably have time for another question. If anybody has one, again, you can raise your hand or turn your camera on. All right. Well, thank you so much, Corey. We really appreciate you joining on the call today to explain this. And subcommittee and everyone, why don't we go ahead and take another 5-minute break? Our next presentation is scheduled at 2:15. So we will be back at 2:15. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. My clock says 2:15, so we'll go ahead and start back up. Our next presenter is Casey Presswich, our project manager, who is going to walk us through some visual simulations of the proposed Lava Ridge Wind Project. You know, we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of comments about the visual impacts of the turbines, and these simulations should hopefully help us understand what those impacts would be under different scenarios. Casey, maybe before you get started, since you said there was might be a little bit more time in your presentation, we did have a follow-up question from Shauna Robinson regarding the Fish and Wildlife Service and National Renewable Energy Lab presentation on the bird and bat impacts. And so, Casey, I'm going to start with you and see if you can maybe address this. And if not, maybe Mike or Cody could. But her question, I think, was fairly simple, which was, will the data collected on birds and bats be shared? So will that be part of the draft EIS, or?
Yeah, sure. I can take a shot at that. So we do have, yeah, like Matt alluded to is, or said, is that we do have point count data, and that will be part of the information that is incorporated into the draft EIS. So that would be shown in there. That the specific, there may not be necessarily like, I think the point count data is fairly open, but sometimes with wildlife survey information, we don't share like the whole technical report and like specifics like locations of nests and those kind of things. So we wouldn't be sharing like that information, but the information at the very least will be summarized in the draft EIS so that folks can understand the analysis as far as the impacts go. And then if what you're talking about, some of that other discussion was related to monitoring data, and if the project went forward and there was monitoring requirements, that information also would absolutely be available to the public. So hopefully that answered the question.
Thank you, Casey. And now I'll turn it over to you to talk about the visual simulations. Appreciate it.
And with Zoom, I got to remember how to share my screen. It's right in front of me. Okay. Almost didn't even see that. That is bright green and right there. So hopefully you can see my screen, Jennifer.
We sure can, Casey.
Okay, great. Great. Yeah. So like Jennifer said, I'm going to share some information about the simulations, as I think we have had some of those requests. First, before we get right into the specific simulations, I'm going to kind of go over some of the maps and provide some context that might help as we're starting to look at those simulations. As we look at the simulations, the purpose is we just want to give the RAC subcommittees a little bit more information and an understanding of what those turbines could possibly look like on the landscape, and just to give them the information, an early view of the information that will be incorporated into the draft EIS and will be available when the draft EIS gets published. So on screen is an overview map. As we were starting to gather information and identify what information we needed to assess impacts to the Lava Ridge Wind Project, one of the first steps is gathering initial data on the visual resources. So we identified a 30-mile buffer off of the project area. So in that, not just like the center, and this buffer reaches out from the edges of the project. So it's not like a point in the middle of the project, but just any outer reaches we buffered off of that 30 miles. And within that 30-mile area is what we've identified as our analysis area for visual impacts. Within that area, we worked with SWCA to gather additional visual resource inventory information so that we had a baseline of what is out there as far as the current visual resources and the scenic quality. And as part of that, along with gathering the visual resource inventory information, we use some of that information, the initial look at what is out there, to help us identify key observation points. And these key observation points, additional specific information was gathered, including photographs. So we had photographs gathered at each of these, and those photographs are our base information for our simulations. So within the draft EIS, there will be simulations provided at each of these 15 key observation points. So we looked at this, we talked with some of the cooperating agencies, we looked at the different, wanted a variety of different areas to inform these key observation points. So we considered distances, we considered the resources nearby, and the different types of visual uses that would be. So i.e. is the visual platform there a recreation use? Is it a cultural or other value? Is it just a near transportation corridor that would be regularly, that the project would be regularly seen from? And we also added some from our initial ones to consider terrain as well. In addition to that, within the visual resource technical report, you'll find maps that show for each of the alternatives the area that's visible, or where the project would be visible. So this isn't the whole project, but where any element of the project would be visible. So this green area shown within the map is, if you're standing in that area and it's green, you would be able to see at least a single tip of a blade of the tower or something else. So that gives you an idea of kind of where there's potential visibility from. So, and that considers the landscape. So you'll see like lower areas around the Snake, around Hagerman, the project's not visible. The area around Jerome, the city of Jerome is not necessarily visible, at least with the 3 megawatt turbine scenario. We've done this for the shortest turbines at 3 megawatts, as well as the tallest turbines, the 6 megawatt turbines. Everybody talks about being up to 740 feet. So you would find these in there for each alternative. Additionally, in there, there will be maps for each of the KOPs. So this is as if you're standing in the KOPs, and the maps will have the proposed action with the potential locations of the turbines. And so on this map, you'll see for a 3 megawatt turbine at 545 feet, and you're standing at KOP 1, which is at the Visitor Center at Minidoka National Historic Site. The highlighted green turbines are the turbines that you would potentially be able to see. This doesn't consider viewing conditions as far as is it a clear day or not. This doesn't also consider lighting conditions. It's just based on, again, elevation, the topography, and the height of the tower. So it's also not like you would see the whole tip of like some of these that are way out in the distance, but you may be able to see, you know, a piece of theoretically, based on math, you'd be able to see a piece of the turbine. And so I'll just go through some of these. And we've done this for, again, for 6 megawatt turbines and 3 megawatt turbines. So this one, again, is at KOP 01. And this is at KOP 2, which is is also located Minidoka National Historic Site. This is located a little bit north of the visitor center, where if you've been out to the Minidoka National Historic Site and you've looked out and you see below, you know, there's a baseball field, a baseball diamond, and that is, you know, a relatively significant drop. I think it's close to 20 feet or so, maybe more. And this KOP was located at that lower elevation, and that's why you would be able to see less turbines. We have a KOP 3, which is at the Interstate 84. KOP 4 at the historic site, historic recreation area at Milner. KOP 5, which is just along the Highway 24. And I'll go through these relatively fast, but when we open it up to questions, if anyone wants to take a additional look, we can. So this is KOP 6, and again, KOP is key observation point. And this is along Highway 26 in between Shoshone and Richfield. And then this is along Highway 75. We're getting a little bit further away from the project area, so you'll notice that in some situations you'll see a little bit less. And when we get to the simulations, we'll look at some of these and you'll see that, yes, maybe you can see them, but they would be a little bit smaller. This KOP is right next to, right next to the Dietrich City Park. And KOP 9 is way up close to Cary. It was one of the furthest ones away, and with the this view shed analysis, it shows that you can't see any, and as well in the simulations, you wouldn't be able to see any there either. So even though we do anticipate that potentially you could see them out as much as 30 miles, and this specific location, you wouldn't be able to see any. And so as well as even some of the closer ones, like this is in the North Rim area, the Devil's Corral, the topography right in front of it prevents you being able to see a lot of the turbines. So with that, I'll start getting into some of, we can go back to these if you guys would like to see more. But to start off, we do have this simulation. This simulation would be included in the report and the draft EIS and with more context. But this just gives an idea of the differences between the two different turbine heights, and how those differences could be seen through different distances. And I'll just zoom in a little bit for that. So one thing you'll notice, you could definitely see that the difference as you are closer, but as you get a little bit further out, even just out to 4 miles, you know, that difference in height starts to become less dramatic. Still visible, but not as visible. So we'll get into the simulations here. And so for each simulation, and these will be available with the draft EIS, for each simulation, oops, you will there will be an insert map that kind of shows where the KOP is located relative to the project. It'll show with the alternative, this being alternative B, it'll show at least within the closest vicinity what siting corridors you could potentially see. It has information about the picture, where it was taken. It has information about the turbines themselves. So we've modeled for these simulations 3 megawatt turbines, and those turbines have a hub height or height to the nacelle at 320 feet, with the total tip height being up to 545 feet. The 6 megawatt turbines, I would have the hub height at 460 feet, with the total height being 740 feet. And that's how these are modeled. Each map or each simulation has the distance to the nearest siting corridor. And these aren't necessarily to the nearest turbine, but just to the nearest piece of that siting corridor. It has information about the sun angle, has information about which way the turbines are facing, whether they're facing, you know, right directly to you, or if they're or if you're looking at the side of them. And with that, so we'll start looking at some simulations. Oops. So this, for each simulation, there will be the baseline photography with nothing simulated, so you can see what the picture what the area looks like without turbines. In this case, this is at the Visitor Center at National Historic Site. Like I mentioned earlier, you could see that baseball diamond there. And this is with the 3 megawatt turbines. So you can see that these closest ones are approximately 2 miles, a little bit less than 2 miles away, and they're along the landscape here. One thing with visual simulations, you know, on the computer screen, definitely want to view it at 100%, but even then, or even print it out on paper, sometimes these ones in the distance will be a little muted, then more so than what you would see. And it just depends on the picture, the lighting conditions, and those kind of things. So, and even throughout the day, if you've looked at turbines in real life, you'll notice that sometimes you see them better, and sometimes they're not as apparent, and that just changes throughout the day, throughout the seasons of the year. So in this case, we have tried to taken multiple base photos to try to simulate those different conditions. This is with the 6 megawatt turbine. So if you see, they're a little bit smaller, 3 megawatt turbine, and then the 6 megawatt turbine. With each simulate, and to kind of help, because of that mutedness along the landscape underneath the simulated conditions, right? So the simulation does its very best to show you what it would be like in real life. But in some instances, those are going to be a little bit hard to see. So we did ask when they were building these simulations to show us where to build a simulation that had these red turbines in them, with just the purpose of being able to help pick out where those turbines are. So then you could kind of go back to the simulation and be like, okay, I see where those turbines actually are. in no way would the turbines actually ever be painted red. So with that, I'll go back a little bit, and so you can kind of see out along the landscape, this is where the turbines are. I'll just go through a few of these at the Minidoka site. Again, these are larger ones. This one is for alternative C at the Minidoka site, which really has less turbines over to the west part of the project, and that'll be similar to, that'll be exactly the same as alternative D, but it'll be a little bit different than alternative E. So alternative E has the turbines the most furthest away from Minidoka. As you can see, they're located along the horizon, kind of similar to alternative C, but slightly different. And I'll just go through a few of those there. And I am at 100% here, but if we get to questions and you want to take a closer look, maybe I can kind of zoom in on those areas. So this is again where we've purposely made them as visible as we can, so you can pick out where they are. These turbines are approximately 9 miles. The closest ones are approximately 9 miles away. So this is a 6 megawatt turbine and a 3 megawatt turbine. So I'll just cycle through those a couple times so you can see the difference there. 6 megawatt turbine, 3 megawatt turbine. And as kind of was mentioned earlier, is this does take into account that there would be less larger turbines, and they would be further spaced. 3 megawatt turbine and 6 megawatt turbine. And of course, when you guys get these with the draft EIS, you can cycle through these things yourself and look at them as much as you would like. Oh, so that's it for alternative, or excuse me, for KOP2. I don't know how to get rid of this bar there. Okay. Got to be a little bit smart. So this is KOP2, which again, we're kind of focusing on, excuse me, we're focusing on Minidoka for a minute. I just realized that this was not, oh yeah, just scroll down a little bit. Okay, so we are looking at alternative B, or the proposed action, and the closest turbines in this viewing direction are 5 miles away. So this is the baseline photography. And these are the turbines, the 3 megawatt turbines. As you'll notice right here, this is the simulated condition. So they don't look like, they look a little bit dark, but that is because of the lighting condition making the shadow on the viewing side. So this would be early morning at Minidoka. And these are the 6 megawatt turbines. And so this is an example of where we've worked to get different simulated, different lighting conditions. So this one is taken in the afternoon, I believe on the same day. But you can see that the turbines are in the background, but not as visible. Okay, so 6 megawatts. And then again, this is where they've been turned red. So this is alternative C, and really alternative C isn't much different than the alternative B in this viewing direction. So we'll work with alternative E, which has the ones furthest away from, it's noted that they're 10.1 miles away. So in this case, they're limited to here. You'll notice that most of these over this direction aren't visible. Oops. Yeah, these are both simulated conditions. This is the 3 megawatt one. You don't see them very much in the distance. This is the 6 megawatt one. And you can see some of them in the distance, but not as prominent as the other alternatives. And these are simulated conditions in the afternoon. And I don't know if you can see them very well, but there's turbines out there. So some of the other KOPs, not a, let's see if we can go back to the map to remind you where this KOP is. So we're going to be looking at KOP 3 now, which is kind of out here, just kind of west of Paul, in between Twin and Paul. So that's not. I guess for whatever reason, 3's at the beginning or at the end of the document, not the beginning. Oh, sorry about that. All right, here we go. Okay, so this simulation simulates a 6 megawatt turbine at the key observation point 3. So in this viewing condition with it kind of blue in the background, they stand out relatively decent. But we also have those red ones just in case you need them. So this would be at the Milner recreation site. And this is a 6 megawatt. In this viewing conditions, where it's kind of light and hazy at the horizon, they're not as visible. But as you can see here, there are turbines under the right conditions that would be visible from this location. And then we'll go back up to the beginning of this page. And we'll get a little bit further out. So this is KOP 13 with the nearest, these turbine corridors here. The nearest one would be 11 miles, but you know, some of the main other parts of the develop siting corridors are further out. Baseline condition. And I believe this is simulation. So we're looking at 3 megawatt simulated condition at this is at the Laidlaw Corrals and Landing Strip. This is an example of how terrain, as you get further away, can influence how visible they are. So as you can see right now, just above the horizon is these make these visible. And again, I think remember that and this is where you can tell the difference between a 3 megawatt and a 6 megawatt is because they're just right at the horizon. You would be able to see those taller turbines a little more prominent. And this is an example of, we will be further out at KOP 9, or excuse me, KOP 15. But I put these together to to help us see the difference, that you can still see them, but they'll be smaller, but you'd still be able to see more of the project than at that nearer KOP just because of topography. And I think that's indicative of viewing areas throughout the area that you could see the project. But as you will notice, in these viewing conditions, sometimes it is hard to see them, and if you've looked around at the turbines that are located around the Magic Valley around the Magic Valley, you'll notice that's the same too. Sometimes you can see those ones out at Bliss really well, and sometimes you can't. Let's see, I think we just have a couple more to go through, and then I'll open it up to you guys for some questions. Oh, I think that's the last of it, actually. So I'll just open it up to you guys if you want to explore any of those a little bit further. We can, or if you have any questions on the simulation process or any visual questions in general.
Thank you, Casey. We do have a question in the chat from Commissioner Shank, and he is asking, Casey, I thought the hub of the proposed windmills is 740 feet instead of the 6 megawatt simulated windmill with a hub height of 460 feet. He's asking, is he wrong in the hub height of the proposed windmills?
So the proposal asks for a range to be where they could build either 300 or excuse me, they could build 3 megawatt turbines up to 6 megawatt turbines. And with the anticipated height of the 3 megawatt turbines being a total height of 545 feet with the hub height 320 feet, or with the 6 megawatt turbine, the very largest turbine could be up to 740 feet with the hub height being 460 feet. And so they could either implement like all of those being 6 megawatts, all of those being 3 megawatts, or final layout could also have different sizes within those siting corridors. We are looking at that whole range of heights and generation so that we can identify the impacts associated with all of it. Hopefully that answered, Wayne. I see your hand still up.
So I was incorrect then. What people have been telling me that the hub is at 706 megawatt. The hub was at 600 or 740 feet, and then the blade was higher than that. It's actually untrue. The top of the blade is at 740. The hub is at 460.
Correct.
So in that regard, then the tip of the blade at the very top would be the size of the space, would be a little taller than the Space Needle, but the hub would actually be smaller. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. And Garrett, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks, Casey. Of the 15 KOPs, does one of them include Sid Butte?
No. So, right, Sid, and I know we did get some comments after we went up to Sid Butte, right? So Sid Butte would be about where my cursor is. And when we went through these, where it identified the location of these KOPs, we considered, again, getting a variety of viewing conditions of the project with being efficient, right? So as you'll see, there is a KOP 10 at Wilson Butte, and that has a viewing condition inside the project surrounded by the turbines. And we actually have simulations in each. I didn't actually bring that one up, but we have simulations in each cardinal direction: north, east, south, and west. And because Wilson Butte, we wanted, one, it was a high point, but it also had those historical considerations that we wanted to make sure we had a KOP there. But we didn't see the need of getting a KOP at every high point at there. So that is kind of the rationale for why we selected KOP that wasn't Sid Butte, is we feel like the simulations and the evaluation of that can be captured by KOP 10 in combination with the other KOPs around. So. Go ahead,
Looks like
Dan.
Dan's got
Yeah.
his camera on.
Casey, thank you so much for sharing this. Was there any discussion about a KOP at the entrance to Minidoka, at the honor roll, and the guard tower?
So we have received that request, and initially we worked with the Park Service to set up the KOPs that we have now, and so when we developed these, we thought the initial KOP 1 is the main viewing platform for most folks that visit there, because it's right at the visitor center. We added KOP 2 to help capture the full viewing condition there, looking towards the east, knowing that there would be a significant number of turbines at the east. Recently, we have received a request to add a KOP, and so one thing to note is that we are doing additional KOPs associated with with the cultural evaluation of impacts to cultural sites. So we actually have additional information and additional KOPs associated with cultural sites that we are gathering information on. And I think we could add in that KOP underneath that effort. But currently, we don't have a KOP for the honor roll, and I don't foresee that information being available in the draft EIS. But we've received a request, and we're working on ways to accommodate that request.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, you've received a request for the KOP at the honor roll, or you've received a request for another cultural site that you're looking to?
We've received the request to do a KOP at the honor roll, and we're looking to accommodate that request through the Section 106 effort and those KOPs that are associated with that.
All right, thank you.
All right, I think we probably have time for one more question, as our next presentation is scheduled for 3 o'clock. Again, subcommittee members, if you have a question, you can raise your hand or turn your camera on or pop a question into the chat. All right, well, let's go ahead then and take a 5-minute break. Casey, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being willing to speak to the subcommittee as always. And let's go ahead and take a 6-minute break and be back here at 3 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. All right, I believe it is straight up 3 o'clock. And the next presentation on our agenda is the proposed Lava Ridge Wind Project decommissioning plan, and then other questions that have come up. And so this is something that has been a subject of a lot of discussion over the subcommittee meetings, is what would happen to the turbines if this project is approved, and if it's constructed and operated, what happens to the turbines at the end of its life cycle, and lots of other questions pertaining to that. So we have Luke Papez with Magic Valley Energy to address those questions. And Luke, I understand that you are joining us by phone, and that you are going to need to press *6 to unmute yourself. So do you want to give that a try?
Jennifer, can you hear me now?
We can, and we can see your screen just great. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Luke.
Wonderful. And if you don't mind, I'll leave my video off for the moment to conserve some bandwidth, and we can turn it on when we get to the question and answer phase. So
that sounds great.
I wanted to thank the subcommittee members for inviting me here today to discuss the decommissioning process that we've proposed for the Lava Ridge Wind Project. It is a topic that honestly I do get a fair amount of questions about, and it is great that I'm able to come here today and provide what our intention is and what we've applied to BLM to do here. There is a topic that I often hear some misconceptions or perhaps not completely accurate information from just word of mouth that naturally occurs as folks try to understand our proposal. So first, our firm has provided in its plan of development our proposed decommissioning plans to the BLM. And those plans are, as I mentioned, part of our plan of development, part of our proposed action that the BLM is analyzing, and will be releasing those the results of the analysis and the environmental impact statement. Our plans include descriptions of the removal of the project infrastructure and the ultimate reclamation of the project area to restore the landscape to a productive manner and revegetate the areas. And also, one thing that I just want to clear up with right off the bat, we often hear, oh, what you're going to just leave a mess if this project fails or something befalls upon it and unsuccessful, that the local jurisdictions or BLM will be left with the infrastructure that they'll have to expend funds with to take care of. And I wanted to point out that under BLM's regulations, 43 CFR 2800, our firm will be required to post a bond to cover the decommissioning final reclamation activities. And that bond determination is rendered prior to our start of construction within the project area, should we be approved to construct the project. So there is a backstop that will be established in the event that, as I mentioned, something catastrophic occurs for the project. Now, in general, here's a high-level flow chart for the overall steps of the decommissioning process. You can probably think of it as a construction sequence in reverse, but a little less complex. Not as many workers, not as many resources involved with taking down the project versus putting it up. The first step in the process starts with preparing the area and the work areas to reestablish appropriate paths and pathways for cranes to dismantle and disassemble the project infrastructure. So areas that were subject to initial or interim reclamation during the operations phase, they'll be reestablished to set up those crane pads so that the rotor and blades can be removed from the wind turbine tower, the nacelle can be lowered, and then the tower components can be taken off in their segments there on the pad next to the turbine work area, loaded onto their appropriate transportation methods and trucked off site. I've heard also in the community that we're proposing to actually bury these turbine components there out on BLM land. No, I would like to state that now. No, that is definitely not the case. We are not requesting that of BLM, nor do I envision that if we even did request that, the BLM would allow that. So we are not proposing to bury these on BLM property. So after the wind turbines are disassembled and taken off site, the other above ground infrastructure is also looked at to be removed, decommissioned, and hauled off, be them Met towers, substation components. There is the potential that 30 years down the road, if the electrical system from some of the high voltage transmission lines constructed for this project specifically, if they are integrated into the resource grid there locally in Idaho and in such a manner as they're integral to the grid, those would be evaluated at that time down the road with BLM through an additional application and evaluation process, including Nepa, of whether or not there is continued value and public interest for some of those facilities to remain if they're providing a beneficial use and meeting the public interest. Anything that's not, as I mentioned, will be removed from the project area. So again, all above ground component removal will be conducted in that initial decommissioning step. After all above ground components are removed, the decommissioning crews then transition to the foundation removal process. I believe it was stated during the Wind Project Experience panel this morning that there was an example of on a parcel or a project in Wyoming where the wind turbine foundations were removed down to 2 feet below surface grade for that particular project. I've heard that is an industry standard for the wind industry. For our projects, we're going a step beyond that. We're proposing to take that down to 3 feet below the surrounding grade in the project area for those wind turbine foundations and any other concrete foundations out there. Now you might be wondering why abandon all the rest of that below grade? And I think you have to circle back to the thought of what's the objective of the management for the land in the area, what has it historically been used for, and what are the potential uses in the future. And so with this, again, most of the area currently is utilized for public land grazing, recreation, and other public land general uses in the region, most of which can be supported by soil covers that are honestly within that 3-foot depth from ground surface to depth. With that, you can successfully replant vegetation in the area. You could also actually, if any of those parcels or areas were converted to active farm ground, farming practices could occur in the area with that type of foundation removal. And in addition, in this particular project area, the depth to bedrock or depth to lava in this case, the hard basalt rock, varies anywhere from we see between 2 to 10 feet below ground level across the project area. So really, it is commensurate with the depth to bedrock in many of the areas across the project area currently. With the foundation removal, there's also activities that the below ground underground cables, and those that are buried more than 2 feet would be abandoned and left in place. Those less than 2 feet would be removed and taken out as well. And then the penultimate step is the road and path removal, access pathway removal. Here again, this is a process where in 30 years, BLM's management of the area may have changed during that duration. There could be value that's gained by certain access roads that it serves the public interest to remain in place, or it could be the preference at the time that all of the access roads that are installed through the construction and operation of this project would need to be removed. We're prepared to act in either way. If it's 100% removal or something less than that, that's a determination to be rendered by the BLM at the appropriate time. And if the decision is made that those access paths would be removed, we would do that. And in this stage, bring in the necessary civil equipment to regrade and recontour these areas, including the turbine paths and all work areas, to blend into their natural environment. And then again, the final step is the revegetation and restoration and monitoring for success period. At that point, BLM approved seed mixtures and methodologies would be employed to revegetate those areas that are disturbed and subject to reclamation. And then monitoring and success criteria plan would be implemented to check for success standards, that we're meeting success standards throughout the final reclamation revegetation process. Adaptive management measures, so in the event one area of the project is not progressing as is intended to meet the objectives, corrective actions can be taken to supplement the revegetation if necessary, and continue reassessment until the project area is ultimately signed off on from a successful reclamation standpoint. So the question also often comes, aside from what happens to the physical landscape, the terrain in the project area, what happens with the components once they are removed from the project area? Now, our firm, of course, is very adamant and very passionate about reducing our impacts on the environment and being good stewards of the environment. We definitely prioritize the reuse, the recycling, or the scrap value of the decommissioned project components over the direct disposal in approved landfill facilities. You should take comfort knowing that much of the metal components do have reuse or scrap value. These are mainly metal large towers, and the majority of them are made up of steel. And it's also important to recognize that there are new industrial technologies that recycle the turbine blades themselves. These are gaining traction in the marketplace currently, and we fully anticipate these will increase in utilization throughout this 25 to 30 year lifespan of this project. A little more information on this recycling concept. 5 materials account for 98% of the mass of a typical wind turbine. We have steel, iron, fiberglass, copper, and aluminum. As I mentioned before, steel is the largest component of the turbine's mass, approximately 70% steel. That is 100% recyclable and among the world's most recycled materials. There are a number of either federally sponsored or industry-sponsored research organizations, including NREL, that are leading advanced recycling technologies to determine new methodologies to recycle wind turbine blades. And actually, there are already private firms and private industry that have developed commercial recycling processes to break down those blades and refabricate them into other products. I've listed them, a few of them here at the end of the slide. They include decking materials, similar to that Trex decking, insulation, building panels, railroad ties, pallets, and particle boards. So there's plenty of uses that could come from taking those blades, breaking them down through the private industry developed an algorithm and their methodologies for breaking down individual components and then reconstituting them into these useful items for reuse across the landscape. So while we are honestly very optimistic that those recycling options will only continue to flourish, as you have heard, one man's trash is another man's treasure. There's going to be quite a new developing waste stream coming from the wind turbines that have been deployed to this date over the past 2 decades. There will be many undergoing repowering or simply through complete decommissioning. There is developing a more sustainable input into that recycling marketplace. So with that greater assurance of input of materials of decommissioned wind turbine blades, we see these private industry groups really taking hold and being able to refine their processes for deployment and successful deployment for recycling. If for some reason over the next 30 years, all of that falls flat, there is the current method that is primarily the disposal of these of the ports that are not reusable or have retained scrap value. So should the recycling methods become uneconomic at the end of our project lifespan, we would seek the appropriate industrial disposal sites or landfill locations that are permitted to accept those project components. And we would not be looking to force any individual landfill to accept waste that they are not accepting of. It is good to know, however, that these wind turbine blades are made from inert materials, which primarily fiberglass. Those materials do not leach hazardous waste in the surrounding soil or groundwater. And actually, some landfill facilities actually welcome decommissioned turbine blades due to their inert nature of their components, and they use that as a revenue generating stream for the landfill. I think there was a case study done for a landfill in Casper, Wyoming, where to date they've made over $600,000 charging for the acceptance of decommissioned wind turbine blades. Quick quote from the solid waste division manager there at that Casper, Wyoming landfill. Cindy states, "This is the least problematic waste in terms of environmental concerns that we've ever gotten. We get tires, asbestos, contaminated soil, pretty nasty stuff. Truly, those turbine blades are the most inert, non-problematic waste we're accepting." So again, we're hopeful that the recycling is a mature and thriving industry when we get to the decommissioning phase of this. But in the event that that does not pan out, there are facilities that are accepting of this waste. There are facilities that actually welcome this waste. And those facilities would be utilized to dispose of it. One quick note here in terms of volume. This is actually surprising. It's the chart comparing the annual total waste by percentage of different categories that come into U.S. landfills. Of course, it's probably not a surprise. We Americans throw a lot of food away, which is unfortunate, but annually, food makes up approximately 22% of the annual waste that goes into landfills. Run down the list here, you can see vehicle tires, they come on at about 0.9%. Plastic plates and cups come in at about 0.6%. And 10% of that amount at 0.05 to 0.09 actually represents the amount of waste going to U.S. landfills annually from wind turbine blades. So as you can see, while on a whole, yes, these can be large, I believe many landfills take actions to reduce their size and volumetric encumbrance of the landfill itself. But with those factors involved, they really do take up a very small amount of landfill space nationally. With that, just wanted to note here in summary, again, our objectives of the project's decommissioning phase truly round out our commitments to be protective of the environment. It goes along with our core development philosophies to minimize our footprint on the landscape, utilize the latest technologies to affect our projects. We see numerous opportunities, honestly, to partner with the community on solutions for non-recyclable waste streams. And we also are encouraged by the new industries that are accepting blades right now and can see those industries and the major growth potential that's expected in the coming years. Jennifer, with that draws to the end of this prepared remarks on decommissioning. There are a couple other topics that I often get asked about in the community, and honestly about some from members of the subcommittee. And I guess I'd ask your preference of whether or not you'd like me to pause for questions on decommissioning, or if you'd like me to just touch on some of those other actions or other topics at this time with the time we have here.
Yeah, Luke, why don't we just take a pause and see if we have any questions from any of the subcommittee members on decommissioning, and then we can go into some of those other frequently asked questions. So again, subcommittee members, if you have any questions on the decommissioning, if you could raise your hand or pop your question in the chat or turn your camera on, that would be really helpful. I don't see any questions coming in, Luke. So why don't you go ahead and address some of those other frequent. Oh, sorry, Shauna Robinson has her hand up. So Shauna, go ahead.
Yes, my question, Luke, pertains to the blades themselves. It takes special preparations and trucks and so forth to haul them in because of their size. Do you do the same preparations in terms of removing them and taking them out of the property?
Yeah, there will need to be in that initial step to prepare again the access ways and crane pads for the decommissioning, and also to transport the products off of the site. Some products or some of the infrastructure components can be reduced in size on site to help with the size of the loads that exit. Others would be more difficult to disassemble or to reduce their size on site and would require loads of a similar size and weight to carry them off of the project area.
So do you cut up blades to take them out?
That is a possibility, yeah.
What would you do in terms of capturing some of the little pieces and particles of fiberglass that would get into the air?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have specifics on the methodologies of construction and deconstruction of if they assemble, for instance, tents around the area, or if they do some other method to analyze whether the release of any such particles is actually of concern. And so that's something to be looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Commissioner Schenk has his hand up, and I see that you've popped a question in the chat too, so I assume you're going to ask that one, but if I'm wrong on that, let me know, and I'm happy to read your question. So Commissioner Schenk.
Thank you. Let me turn on my video here. The first question I have, the simulations that we saw today, Luke, were done with the 3 and 6 megawatt windmills. What are the size and depth of the foundations? I understand my understanding is a 3 megawatt foundation is 25 foot wide by 25 foot wide and 20 foot deep. Is that correct? What are the actual sizes of that concrete block for a 3 megawatt and a 6 megawatt windmill?
So in general, you're close, not exactly. The foundation size in general is much wider than it is deep. You're looking at turbine foundations that are up to 60 feet in diameter and approximately 12 feet in depth. Those will vary based on the size of wind turbine, as you mentioned, the size of the turbine that is ultimately deployed, and it will also vary based on the results of a geotechnical analysis of the area and the size of the engineering calculated size required to support that structure, given the geologic and geotechnical characteristics of each individual location where the wind turbine is installed. But in general, you're looking at approximately 60 feet in diameter, about 12 feet in depth.
Thank you, Luke. And my second question, and it's either for you or BLM, what is the dollar amount of the bond that is being proposed to be required to decommission the project?
Yeah, that bond value has yet to be calculated. BLM goes through a regimented process that considers several factors. Through that, you can review those specific factors again in 43 CFR 2800. I think it's 2805, if I'm not mistaken. And those list out those requirements that they will consider when developing the required bond amount that must be posted before we can initiate construction.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it looks like Brenda Pace has her hand up and camera turned on. So Brenda, go ahead.
Luke, I was wondering if repowering is an option, and if you could just, if it is an option, if you could just help me understand kind of what that involves.
Yeah, so repowering is an option. However, it must be proposed again to BLM at the end of the right-of-way term. And BLM, I would imagine, would undergo yet another Nepa evaluation. Could be another environmental impact statement at the end of this right-of-way term to determine if a repowering is in the public interest to authorize the project area. If that is applied for and granted, the turbine technology that's available in 30 years would be evaluated to determine whether the same tower components can be reutilized on site or if they must be replaced, whether the same foundations will be supportive of those new turbine technologies, or if new foundations and new towers would need to be implemented. In either case, I would imagine, however, that the components of the nacelle itself and the turbine blades would be replaced in an event of a repowering for this type of project.
Okay, thanks, Luke.
All right, Dan Sakura's got his camera on. So Dan,
Great.
go ahead.
Thank you, Jennifer. So Luke, I had a question not related to decommissioning or waste, and that is President Biden just signed legislation to authorize to sign the Inflation Reduction Act, which includes substantial tax breaks for renewable energy, including the production tax credit and investment tax credit. The law includes provisions related to prevailing wages and apprenticeship programs. There's a richer tax credit for companies that use apprentice programs that are affiliated with labor unions. Is there any information you can share with us about your plans for prevailing wage and apprenticeship programs?
Yeah, our evaluation of that, we've not come to a conclusion on that matter, Dan. that legislation that was just enacted, Inflation Reduction Act, you're right, it did extend the availability of tax credits, which overall should be helpful for the renewable industry. But honestly, for our development projects at the stage that we are at, we're already qualified for the production tax credit, and the legislation itself doesn't really have that much of an effect on our projects here in Magic Valley.
Thank you.
All right, we still have some time for questions in this section of the agenda. If any subcommittee members have any additional questions for Luke on decommissioning or any of the other topics he's discussed. Ted?
And Brenda, if you don't mind, there are a couple of other items that I guess following on from what the question that Dan just asked and a couple other topics, would you mind if I address them now?
We do have a couple questions, Luke. Maybe we'll go ahead and take the questions and then go ahead and move to that, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Okay, Ted McNeil has his hand up, and then after that, Commissioner Crouch. So Ted, go ahead.
Yes, I was observing a article or information that the FAA had denied the building of wind turbines in that area. Is that true, or what is the status on that?
Yeah, good question. So no, not true. There is a very regimented process through which we must request evaluation by the FAA of our project components that conflict with or have the potential to be in airspace. So anything essentially above 200 feet above ground level is submitted for analysis by the FAA. So back in 2020, we made an initial filing for the project area. That followed after a very thorough analysis of all potential airspace conflicts before we even filed an application with BLM. All airspace information that are used by the public and pilots is available and accessible, and it delineates the different airspace restrictions all across the country, be them approach methods or departure methods or circling methods or radar interference areas, military training routes, you name it. Those areas are public information that can be used to analyze whether or not a tall structure such as a wind turbine would intrude and pose to be a hazard in any particular area. So after our initial due diligence that came back honestly very positive from the consultant, we went ahead and filed with the FAA our projected turbine array back in 2020. And as I'm sure you're fully aware, our turbine array has changed quite a bit from that initial proposal in 2020 as we worked through various stakeholders to address siting concerns and have moved the project area and have morphed it around. So the FAA kept churning on our initial filing and released results of that initial filing. And as a default, any structure, the FAA, and this is the Obstruction Evaluation and Airport Airspace Analysis Process. So that's a specific division within FAA that considers this. Any obstacle that protrudes above 499 feet above ground level, they're automatically flagged as hazardous to ensure that any potential impacts are fully studied and understood by all parties within that group and within the area. The next step of that would have been for FAA to initiate a more public process to reach out to local airports to determine if this is actually a hazard, how it aligns with the different airspace restrictions within the project area or within the region, and what steps could be taken to render conclusions on that. So given that our project area had changed sufficiently from the initial filing area, we did not ask FAA to continue with that filing process or that process with that initial layout. Instead, we actually withdrew that and filed a new array based on what's currently the proposed action under analysis by BLM in the EIS. Again, we fully anticipate that FAA is going to render hazard determinations on every single one of those. That's completely expected. It's after that point when we say, okay, FAA, we're ready to enter that next phase of evaluation. Well, they will engage with the public locally, with airport officials. They'll get specifics on whether or if there are any actual intrusions into airspace, and then see whether this is an issue with a very minimal impact where there can be a micro-sighting or reduction in turbine height, or an adjustment of the airspace if that would maintain the safety and efficiency of that airspace. They would never authorize something that conflicts or jeopardizes the safety and efficiency of an airspace. So I do expect as this process unfolds that they will be initiating that more formal public process to bring to light any items that need to be addressed. I have a hunch through coordination with our airspace consultant that there are literally just a handful out of all 400 turbines that even show up as a potential as an issue. And again, with those, we could look to reduce the tip height of those handful of turbines. We could look to microsite them out of the area that could potentially be of concern. Or if all stakeholders are supportive, we could look to see if that means an appropriate adjustment of the airspace would be warranted. Those are options on the table to help address and mitigate that, and really a formal process that's yet to occur. So we certainly are not intending to impact any airport's airspace or operations. Their FAA's analysis is conducted on current airport and airspace configurations. So if there are plans for airport expansions, now is the time for those to be brought forward for our awareness, for the FAA's awareness, so that those can be considered appropriately. If those pieces of information are not available, no one will be able to address them appropriately through this process and work interactively to try to correct those issues if any were to occur. Does that help answer what has transpired with the FAA and the next steps there?
Yes, thank you.
All right, we have a question from Commissioner Crouch, and then I have one in the chat, and then we'll go to Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Crouch, you're muted.
Turn the camera on, but not the mic, sorry.
That's okay. There we go.
How are you?
I'm well. I'm sorry. My computer Zoom froze up, so I'm not able to actually turn on my video, but I still have full connection here.
Okay. Hey, so the question I have is on 74, the form 7460 that was submitted to the FAA. Was Jerome County's airport listed as the nearest airport to the project?
I would have to look back at that form, Commissioner. I don't actually recall whether or not it was necessary to list the airport or not. I don't personally handle those filings, but we can confirm that.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Dan Sakura has a question in the chat, which is, has Magic Valley Energy secured approval from the Department of Defense Siting Clearinghouse?
So that process is one that is assisted through this FAA siting process. So throughout the FAA formal process, Department of Defense is consulted in that same permitting pathway.
All right, Commissioner Johnson.
Good afternoon, Luke. I'm trying to find the document, unfortunately, and I'm having some trouble. I thought I'd printed it off, but there was a study done. We had some concerns through our 4-county SURCOM dispatch about the towers and communication, radio communication, and how that could affect emergency operations. And there was a study done, and I think it was by one of the consultants that work with you guys. And it was kind of, I don't want to say brushed over, but it didn't seem like it was really a serious note in there. And at the end of it, it indicated that worst case scenario, we could work with the company to put repeaters on the wind turbines, which really wasn't a viable solution. I don't know if you remember that, and I wish I could find the document. I've been frantically looking here while we've been talking, and I haven't found it yet. But if you could address anything you might know on that.
Yes, Commissioner, I am somewhat familiar with that. That we did commission an analysis of all telecommunication pathways and infrastructure within the project area that could potentially be impacted by our infrastructure. A number of items were flagged that require further steps to resolve and mitigate. And this is actually quite a frequent item that wind projects must address throughout their development phase. So while, yes, it can sound concerning right off the bat, of course, when we're talking about emergency service and timely response and the like. However, these are items that are not to brush over them. With a project of this magnitude easily addressed, we will have the ability to supplement the infrastructure of any single telecommunication pathway service, if you will. That is only a step if after we've looked to microsite our facilities, such that if we have a turbine directly within the, I believe they call it the Frenzel zone between two communication posts or other types of communication traffic, over the air traffic. If there are turbines that are in the way, so to speak, we can look to see if micrositing them will alleviate the hurdle, or if on our dime, on Magic Valley Energy's own cost, and holding harmless the telecom providers or the local government entities for EMS, we look to rectify and deliver a solution for any interference that could be experienced through additional repeaters, leasing additional tower space, ensuring that those connections are reliable.
Thank you.
Okay, Luke, we're just about out of time, but we do have about 3 more minutes if you wanted to address some of the other frequently asked questions you've been getting.
Jennifer, thank you. And a couple of these relate back to points that have either already been made or points that have already come up during the RAC meeting in prior meetings. First, the production tax credit. I feel like there's a lot of perhaps misunderstanding about what that is. I would like to just a quick note on that. We often get asked, how much is the federal government paying our firm to build this project, or how much are taxpayers subsidizing our business, things of that nature. And I want to try to address that here. And first make it clear that the production tax credit is actually that. It's a credit to be applied toward a federal tax liability. That means the federal government is not actually sending our firm a check. This is a tax credit that can be used by us or our investors in the project, and is a well-proven method to incentivize investment in this industry. There are many other energy technologies that have received or continue to receive tax incentives to encourage private investment when it's an industry that has critical needs for the nation, critical infrastructure. Similarly, there's other industries that receive federal incentives to encourage investment, including agriculture. There's many different industries that receive federal incentives for their production by private industry. Now, again, we're not receiving a windfall from a production tax credit. We don't take a check from the federal government and put it in our pockets. The furthest from the case. The PTC actually allows our firm to offer the cost of energy at a lower price, and that is a benefit that is ultimately realized by the electric consumers. Again, we are using the PTC to lower the price of electricity for electric consumers. Also important to understand, this is a federal tax initiative. This in no way impacts the taxes that we're obligated to pay within the state of Idaho to the various jurisdictions. So I wanted to note on that quickly. A couple other items, and this relates to one that came up in a prior RAC meeting in regards to our impacts on highway district roads. We are here, and I say this in all honesty, we're here to understand, we're here to set forth a level of trust. We're here to ensure that these highway districts with roadways that could be utilized for the construction of the project are held harmless. We're willing to contractually obligate ourselves to fix and repair roads and ensure that they're left in a manner that is as good or better than when we found them. We have served an agreement to the various highway districts that are touched by the project. We've received only verbal feedback, and it sounds as though they're not, the highway districts are not accepting of the current language. We're fine with that. We're happy to work with them to come to an agreement on language that is favorable in their view, and also ensure that we're not looking to expand the road miles under any highway jurisdiction maintenance budget. Again, the roadways that we look to utilize, we look to return them in as good or better condition, in whatever form of agreement that offers them comfort to hold our firm's feet to the fire to act. We're open for that discussion. I would hope that the appropriate folks understand that and know that we truly mean that. And just briefly, one last item, Jennifer. There's a lot of different stakeholder groups in the region. One that we heard about the interaction of wind projects and grazing operations and other instances this morning. We're looking to, again, make this a success, not just for us, but for all stakeholders involved. That includes the grazing permittees. We started coordination with the grazing permittees very early on with this to try to understand their concerns. We've tried to make proposals to address their concerns. Some of our proposals were not what the grazing permittees wanted. We're fine with that. We're on a journey with them to try to come to what is an optimal solution to support the multiple use of this landscape, and recognize that the grazing permittees have been there, some cases for generations with their families, and we aren't looking to supplant them off of the project area. If there are aspects regarding our fencing, we're happy to coordinate with them with that. They've noted in response to our proposal for fencing to try to keep cows off of roadways, the desire to not create new pastures out there, we're fine with that. We can work with them to go back to original pastures. We're looking to implement what they've recommended in terms of phasing to reduce impacts during construction, and follow through on our commitment to accommodate replacement AUMs if it's necessary to have cows off of the range during construction. In addition to that, I feel like we have some common goals here, or at least common benefits that we might be able to bring to the table in terms of water system improvements within the project area. And I just overall, I'm open and am hopeful that we can continue to have an open dialogue with grazing permittees to come to that resolution, because I do feel that there is one that can be had. There are other instances where we can look to where you can see what are actual impacts, and looking to, again, be good neighbors with the current users in the project area. Jennifer, with that, I'll conclude my comments and stand for any additional questions at your discretion, or sign off.
Yeah, I thank you, Luke. There is one in the chat, and if you would respond to that, then what I will do is I will read that later in the meeting. We do have to bring this presentation to a close. Thank you so much, Luke. We really appreciate the explanation on the decommissioning and the response to the subcommittee members' questioning. We do have a very firm timeline at 4 o'clock. We have a public comment period. And since we published that in the Federal Register notice, we really need to stick through that. But if any of the other subcommittee members have questions that you want to pop in the chat, again, I think we'll have probably a few minutes where we can squeeze in the questions and answers at the end of the day for Luke, because it's important that we get you the information you're looking for. So again, thank you, Luke. And with that, we'll go ahead. I look at my agenda. I guess I under promised and over delivered, because I forgot that we had scheduled a break. So we are going to take a quick break until 4 o'clock. Like I said, 4 o'clock is the start of our public comment period, and that's a very important component of that meeting. This meeting, I'm going to ask my colleague Hannah Kane to pop a list up onto the screen of the folks who signed up. This is the same list you saw before lunch. We did add John, and I apologize in advance, I'm probably going to mispronounce your name, Oki or Ochi, to the list at his request. If there is anybody else, members of the public watching today that would like to make a public comment, you can raise your hand. I see one come up already in the list, so we will capture that. And if you're on the phone, that's Kevin. And again, I'm sorry, I'm probably going to mispronounce your name, Emrich. So we'll get that. And then if anybody is on the phone and wants to make a comment, you'll need to press *9 to raise your hand. So with that, we are going to go ahead and take a break. And due to the number of the presenters, everybody will have about 3 minutes, which is what we've been averaging for our other public comment periods. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 4 o'clock, and we will get our public comment period started. Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started. It is 4 o'clock. So again, on the screen is the list of individuals who have indicated that they wanted to provide public comments. And I'll just ask one more time, if there's anyone who wants to make a comment that's not on the list, if you could please raise your hand, or if you're on the phone, press *9 to raise your hand. It looks like we have Ashley Van Tassel, so we will add you to the list, Ashley. And we are going to go ahead and then get started. And Shauna McKay is our first person making public comments. We have 3 Shaunas in the chat, right, in the attendee list, and there's not last names on any of them. So Shauna McKay, if you could please raise your hand so that we know which of you to unmute, that would be really helpful. Okay. And okay, Shauna, I believe that you are good to go. So if you could unmute your microphone, and we will start your public comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I just have a couple of comments I wanted to make. To the people who invited all of the people this morning for to give their comments on the positive effects of the wind turbines, is it possible to hear from people who have had negative effects, just to make it fair for both sides? Many of the people that spoke today about the positive effects of the wind turbines are on private land mostly, and are probably getting compensated to have those turbines on their land. The Lava Ridge project is on BLM land and about 3,000, I think, acres of state land, and we won't be compensated at all. We won't even reap the benefits of using the power generated from these turbines. They want to use roughly over 70,000 acres of our 90,000 acre allotment. And then lastly, none of these wind projects that were presented today are near the acreage size or the wind turbine height of the proposed Lava Ridge project ones. The Lava Ridge turbines will be 740 feet tall, and there will be roughly around 400 of them. And that is the tallest in the United States. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Shauna. And it does remind me that I neglected to say that during this public comment period, our subcommittee members and BLM staff and others are in listen-only mode. So we are listening to the comments, not responding or engaging in dialogue at this time. And I also wanted to acknowledge that we offered folks the opportunity to submit written comments ahead of the meeting, and we received quite a number of those and did distribute those to the subcommittee members. And we received a few more actually late yesterday that we'll be distributing. So in case there's anybody on the attending, just want to make sure that you know that we did do that, who provided written comments. So with that, we will go to our next speaker, Diana Nielsen. And I don't see Diana in the attendee list at this time. Diana, if you're in under another name or on the phone or something, could you either raise your hand or press *9 so that we know you are with us? Okay. Well, and this happens sometimes that people, indicate that they would like to speak and they don't end up being able to make it. So we will go to our next participant, John, I see your hand up. We have you on the list. We're going to call folks in the order in which they signed up. So we'll go ahead and go to Vanessa Harper. And I don't see Vanessa in the list either, in the attendee list. So Vanessa, if you are on, if you could raise your hand or press *9 so we know you're here. And again, a lot of these folks indicated they wanted to speak during their Zoom registration, but we know sometimes things happen between the time people sign up and the meeting happens. So we will just go move on to our next person who signed up, which is John Robison. So John, we're going to go ahead and unmute you, and it looks like you are good to go.
Fantastic. Thanks, everyone. And I would really like to thank the RAC subcommittee and all the presenters. This was a very timely presentation and answered some, not all of my questions, but some of them. I'm here on behalf of the Idaho Conservation League, and we're really interested in seeing how, if and how renewable projects can be done right. And done right means listening to the concerns of the local communities, respecting the needs of the wildlife and the neighbors. And so this is, I think, a really helpful discussion. I don't know if we've solved anything, but it was a good discussion. We just broke the record for a number of days above 100 degrees. And so we know that we're going to need more renewable energy projects in Idaho. So, you know, if it's not Lava Ridge, more are going to be coming this way. And it's important just to reflect the positive upsides in terms of reducing pollution and dependence on foreign oil, but also a frank discussion is needed of the downsides. So I appreciated hearing about the birds and the bats and special species such as golden eagles. The main problem I see so far is that the BLM resource management plan is so outdated. It really doesn't capture the value that this area has for cultural protections, for ranching, recreation, wildlife. Instead, it's kind of, this area is kind of deemed wide open, and that's unfortunate. So one of the things that I'm hoping for is if we go through this process, or as we go through this process, and there are places that are deemed not appropriate for turbines or strings of turbines, that we don't just leave those areas blank on the map, that we go back and we amend the resource management plan and actually proactively protect those areas, such as like with an area of critical environmental concern or some of the designations, so we don't keep playing whack-a-mole with projects. The other thing is, I really would like to see a more comprehensive approach on BLM lands across southern Idaho to see where renewable energy really makes the most sense. It may be that this is the best location, but without a broader assessment, we don't really know for sure. We think that not every square inch of Idaho should be open for development, but some should be where it makes sense. So anyway, I just wanted to thank everyone for being part of the conversation. I do recommend also that it would be really helpful to see some visual simulations of Sid Butte and the honor roll, just because that's such iconic locations for people. And looking forward to actually really the BLM and Ellis Power being continue to be transparent and sharing information as we go forward as they come across it. That was it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, John. All right, we have next up is Diane Honda, and I saw Diane earlier. Okay, great.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. First of all, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yep.
First of all, I believe in renewable energy. My husband sits on a board of directors for a wind energy related company. And while today's speakers voiced positive relationships and financial benefits from their wind energy partners, in the not too distant past, an energy provider provided a plan to locate power lines over the entrance to the Minidoka concentration camp, which was totally insensitive to the historic site and to Japanese Americans. Fortunately, due to objections, another location was identified and the power lines were built elsewhere. I'm asking the current project vendor to look for an alternative site for this project. I live in Tennessee, and Civil War battle site preservation is ongoing. One local effort is to buy and remove a takeout pizza restaurant building because of its impact on feeling of place. The Lava Ridge Wind Project will impact Minidoka's historic site's sense of place. Tower lights are visible at night. Humans visiting the site won't acclimate to them like cattle appear to have done with wind towers at other locations. It can impact the visitor experience at Minidoka. Minidoka's isolated viewshed is central to its experience. My parents and their family were incarcerated in the Poston concentration camp during World War II. This was an Arizona concentration camp akin to the Minidoka concentration camp in Idaho. When I drove to the Poston site, I was struck by the dry, desolate landscape. I began to understand the despair my family might have felt being hauled to an unknown destination. Imagine my shock when I encountered green acreage near the site due to the Colorado River Tribe use of the irrigation canals dug by the camp inmates. It was totally contrary to how my parents described the camp landscape. If visitors access Poston via a different route along the green fields, imagine how their impression of the incarcerate experience would be. It's critical because most US citizens don't even know about the incarceration of JA citizens during World War II. Even those who weren't aware of a concentration were aware of it. Propaganda colored their concept as camps weren't that bad, or it was for the JA's protection. Never mind that the guard towers' guns pointed in to the camps and not out. Interestingly, on the camp drive to the camp back to the airport, I noticed fields of wind towers. I couldn't avoid looking at them because they're eye-catching. If the project goes through and the towers are built and the company goes broke before decommissioning, who will remove the towers? Could Minidoka be stuck with that forever? Due to pandemic and health reasons, I have to delay my visit to Minidoka. I'd like to visit when I'm able to, take in its sense of place and isolation as it exists today, and I hope my children will be able to too. The Minidoka historic site is site specific. It can't be relocated, but the wind farm can be. Please consider this option. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I see that Diana Nielsen is back on with us. Diana, we had called you earlier, but we can put you on next since you we're trying to go in order of the way folks had signed up. So Diana, if you, oh, she just disappeared from mine again. Let's see.
I'm
oh,
sorry,
here she
I
is.
can't hear
There you
you.
are. Okay. Yeah, you're good to go, Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana Nielsen. I'm a very concerned citizen about the location of Lava Ridge Wind Turbine Project. I find as I look through the proposal, the math just isn't there. It's not there economically without the tax incentives, and it's not there structurally. I've taken the proposal to a mechanical engineer, a civil engineer, even an aeronautic engineer, to have them tell me more about this project. And they say with the data given, they cannot give me any information on the depth. Also, where there are no wind turbines 740 foot tall in the United States, there are no studies about them. And I want to know about not only the sound levels, but the ultrasound levels, the subsonic sound levels. Also, I am concerned about the dark skies and the wildlife. There's just too many unknowns with this project. I wish that the proposal was written in a better way so people could do the math and the physics and figure out the true structures of the wind turbines. And that is about all I have to say right now. I am very concerned about the aquifer. To have a turbine that big and the constant vibrations, I worry about our aquifer. Magic Valley is a mecca for agriculture and our farming. It's a vital food source, and I just worry about damage to our aquifer too. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Diana. I believe the next person on our list is Nick Wilcox. I don't see Nick's name in the attendee list, but Nick, if you're on under a different name, if you could raise your hand or press *9 if you're on the phone. All right. I don't see the next person who had signed up either, which was May Reefer. But again, May, and I apologize again if I'm not saying these names correctly. May, if you're on the attendees, if you could raise your hand or press *9 so that we can call on you. All right, we will go ahead and go on to Dennis Parker. And I know I saw Dennis earlier on, but I don't see him now. So again, Dennis, if you're on and you would like to speak, if you could raise your hand or press *9. All right, we'll go ahead and go on to Clark Keto. And Clark, again, if I'm mispronouncing your name, please accept my apologies. But Clark, we're going to unmute you, or we're going to allow you to unmute yourself, I should say. So Clark, if you want to unmute yourself, it is go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to give my comments. I am Clark Keto, a third-generation Japanese American from Idaho Falls, Idaho. And I have already submitted several written comments to the BLM, as well as to Idaho Senators Mike Crapo, Steve Risch, and Mike Simpson. Let me start by saying that I strongly oppose the proposed Lava Ridge wind farm because it would drastically alter the visitor cultural experience and remoteness of the Minidoka National Historic Site. The general public may not be aware of the Minidoka site as being sacred ground to persons of Japanese ancestry who were incarcerated during World War II. My parents and over 20 family members were forced to live in substandard conditions for 3 years at the Minidoka concentration camp. My father left his family at Minidoka to serve in the 442 Regimental Combat Team and fight in France and Italy. He returned a decorated hero. I have visited Minidoka several times and met people who shared stories of when they were incarcerated. Some of these people were born at Minidoka, while other members died there. Minidoka still continues to serve as a reminder of important lessons learned for all Americans, not just Japanese Americans. Some of my other comments I think have been covered by previous presenters. I do recognize the importance of using current and updated guidance documents. So I would highly recommend that the Monument Resource Management Plan be updated with its amendments and additional information so that a complete, thoroughly examined environmental impact statement can be prepared and offered for review. With that, I have heard that possibly the draft EIS might be released for public comment as early as this fall of 2022. And I find that timing to be rather awkward and not desirable, simply because it runs in conflict with the busy holiday season, as well as with the outcome of the midterm elections. I would recommend moving the draft EIS release date to sometime early in 2023 for public comment. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clark. Next on our list is John Oki or Ochi. And again, John, I'm so sorry. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing your name, but we are going to go ahead and allow you to unmute yourself. And it looks like you are good to go.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, John. You're a little faint, but so if you could maybe speak a little louder, but we can hear you.
Okay, is that better? I'm sitting a little closer now to my computer.
Yeah, it's still a little faint. So if you could just speak a little bit louder, though, I think we can make it work.
Okay. I'm John Ochi from Idaho Falls. Thank you for the opportunity to get more information on this project. My first point is I also want to recommend updating the resource management plan in light of the fact that this area under consideration is halfway between Boise and Salt Lake City. The two fastest growing areas of Idaho, the fastest growing area of Idaho is Boise, the fastest growing area of Utah is the Salt Lake metropolitan area. And the Idaho and Utah are the two fastest growing states in the last decade. We're going to be under a lot of growth pressures, and it seems not adequate that the BLM management plan has not been updated, considering the fact that we have this crescent of huge resources that are just north and east and west of this proposed project. I'm speaking of the phosphate, proposed White Clouds Wilderness area, the Lost River Range, which has the tallest mountains in Idaho, Craters of the Moon, which is in air places about 30 miles from the site, and we have huge resources of river systems. The South Fork and the Henry Fork of the Snake come together in eastern Idaho to form the main stem of the Snake, which flows right through Twin Falls. The Bigwood River comes down from Sun Valley, Haley, Bellevue, and comes very near to the area. So I believe it's imperative that the resource management plan get updated. Secondly, I wanted a quick point to note on bald eagle, since it wasn't covered in a recent PBS program. It talked about the superior acuity of bald eagles, and one of the reasons they have such great vision is they have a protruding brow, which serves as like a baseball cap for them so that they don't get glare from the sun. The problem they pointed out was they can't see wind turbines coming around at up to 200 miles an hour to whack them on the head. And the third point I wish to make is that the Japanese Americans do consider Minidoka a sacred site and a reminder of what happens when racial prejudice takes over in war hysteria and forces people like my father and his brother to leave California and locate to other places. Many JAs had to leave family, property, friends, and they lost it. They couldn't pay their mortgages. So it's a sacred site and a sacred reminder for all of us to realize what happens when racial prejudice goes out of whack. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And again, my apologies for mispronouncing your name earlier. Our next speaker is Ashley Van Tassel. Oh no, Kevin Emmerich, sorry about that. Kevin, again, I apologize. I'm probably mispronouncing your last name as well. Kevin, we will go ahead and allow you to unmute yourself, and it looks like you are good to speak, Kevin, so go ahead.
Hey, thanks. You got my name right. It is Kevin Emmerich. I represent Basin and Range Watch, an organization that follows badly sited energy projects. We oppose Lava Ridge Wind Project because it is very badly sited. What really bothers me about this has been brought up a few times now. The Monument Resource Plan is 36 years old, and under the Federal Land Policy Management Act, the BLM is required to update those plans periodically. The problem is they don't really give a timeline. So the company is going for a loophole here. And the loophole, really what I see here are the visual management classes. Most BLM resource plans manage the visual landscape numerically, Class 1 being the highest, Class 4 being the lowest. But since the monument plan being as old as it is, it's so old it's a scan of a typewritten document. But the monument plan did not analyze visual resources because that procedure evolved later in the process. Remember, 36 years ago. And so Everything by default is visual class 4, which encourages development in the area. If you were to revise that plan, you have a lot of new information that came up. One of those things, of course, is the establishment of the Minidoka National Historic Site under the management of the National Park Service. Now, in my experience, BLM lands that are located next to national park units usually have a visual class 2 or a visual class 3, 2 being that the development can attract attention or too much attention, 3 being that it can't dominate the attention. And so wind farm doesn't fit in with either of those classes. So you can see what I'm saying here. If you would just wait to revise that plan, or better yet, do a plan amendment that actually would create a no wind project alternative, but upgrades the visual class in the area, that would give the public a chance to be heard. As it stands now, the BLM is just allowing this loophole and this resource management plan to happen. And the company is really taking advantage of that. And I think that is really unfair because I've read the scoping comments. I've heard some of the meetings. Most of the people oppose this project. It's going to hurt the local people, the historic site, wildlife, and the power will be exported to California. It will be intermittent wind energy, and they'll probably need natural gas backup. So I'm not even so sure what it's going to do for climate change. I'm about out of time, so I would just like to say, please, for BLM, slow down on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And our final speaker is Ashley Van Tassel. And we will go ahead and allow you to unmute yourself.
I'm going to go out
and Ashley, it looks like you are good to go, I believe. Yeah, I think you're good, Ashley. So go ahead, please. Ashley, are you, it looks like your mic is unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think you got mixed up. I pushed the comment at the same time Ashley did. And
okay.
Somehow I'm the one that you got connected with, so I don't know how you want to handle that. I tried to raise my hand to be added to the list, and I did it exactly the same second Ashley did, so I don't know what happened for sure, but I would comment if you'll take them.
Okay, well, yeah, somehow you're coming in under Ashley's microphone somehow. So
yeah,
go ahead.
How that happened.
Go ahead and tell us your name, and we will be flexible and adapt.
I'm actually Ashley's grandfather.
Okay,
well, that's interesting. I didn't know she was going to try to be on as well. But,
well, that explains it. I'm thinking she probably signed in as you. So if you will start by giving us your correct name for the record, that would be fabulous. So at least we made the connection now. Okay.
Okay. My name is Mike Telford. I've lived out in the Hidden Valley area since 1974. I've also served as a county commissioner in Lincoln County in the past, and I'm extremely concerned about this project. I submitted written comments as to the BLM, and I suppose the subcommittee has access to all of those, but I'll just touch on a couple of things. Probably won't even take the 3 minutes. First of all, 380 miles of roads out in an area that's one of the few little islands of semi-wilderness for the whole Magic Valley to go to. 380 miles of roads and fences and power lines. Listening to the comments about decommissioning almost makes me laugh. If you allow this to happen, that area is changed permanently forever. You'll destroy the environment that's there, and if you think you could ever bring it back, you can't. I've watched it change for the 45 or so years that I've lived out there, and it needs preserved, not more destruction happening to it. I'm really concerned about crop dusting. There was comments made about all the things with the FFA, but nothing talked about crop dusting for all of the farmers that are close by, and those are low-flying aircraft that apply different products to fertilizer and different things to our crops from the air, and we use them a lot. And how that would be impacted, almost destroy our entire livelihood. We're not anti-renewable energy in any way. Most of the farmers in Hidden Valley have solar plants under the Idaho Powers program, have solar facilities right by each one of our pumping stations now. But the eyesore and the destruction of the environment, just the roads alone, should be enough to kill this thing. Just the roads alone, let alone you'll be able to see these lights from anywhere that's elevated, anywhere in the entire Magic Valley. It's just, and by the way, there's the possibility of INL is now producing or developing small-scale nuclear power plants that'll fit on a semi-truck that'll produce more electricity than this whole thing, though, with a whole lot less impact. And that's just right around the corner. The last thing I'd like to say is we talk about multiple use of the land. If this is allowed, there won't be multiple use of the land anymore. It'll be dominated entirely by the wind farm out there, and to the destruction of everything around it, including our culture and our environment and the people that live there, and the serious health hazards that I know that Ashley was going to talk about. So that's probably enough from one old farmer.
Thank you very much, Mike. And that does bring us to the end of the time we have allotted for the public comment period. David, I see you have your hand up. I'm sorry, but we do need to move on with our agenda. If you'd like to submit some written comments to us, we're more than happy to distribute them to the subcommittee members. And with that, we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is basically next steps. Before we do that, though, I do want to thank the members of the public for making thoughtful comments, and also for respecting the 3-minute time frame to allow us to get as many folks in the comment period as we had time allotted for. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Twin Falls District Manager Mike Courtney.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. I too would like to thank the public for the thoughtful comments, and our presenters for an excellent and informative day. And then also the subcommittee for your engagement. I think we covered a lot of ground today and had a good meeting. I need to address the schedule here at the start of what I have to say. We're working with Magic Valley Energy to get a revised plan of development, and it's causing a ripple effect through the writing of the draft EIS and the schedule. How much, we don't know, because we still don't have the plan of development, but it could delay the release of the draft EIS until after the new year, which would accommodate multiple requests that I've heard, including today. When or after we release the draft EIS, we intend to schedule 2 more RAC subcommittee meetings, one to review the alternatives, and then the second to hear from the subcommittee and on what they've digested as they've read the draft EIS. The third one would be a full RAC meeting to discuss recommendations. So after the draft EIS is released, 2 subcommittee meetings followed by a full RAC meeting for recommendations. Here's something to think about for outputs from the subcommittee. You know, on the heels of the Lava Ridge Wind Project, we have the Salmon Falls Wind Project, the Taurus Wind Project, which goes from Shoshone towards Gooding. Salmon Falls is in the Burley Field office and in the Berger area. We have Long Road Solar and Invenergy Solar, both up around the Midpoint substation. We're also in discussions and have received expressions of interest in several more projects. I'll just mention those real quick. There are Orsted Solar and Wind in the Jarbidge Field Office, Strata Battery Storage in the Shoshone Field Office, Next Era Battery and Solar in the Shoshone Field Office, Stellar Power and Solar in Shoshone, and RWE Renewables in Shoshone. Please keep in mind, solar projects are an exclusive use and may require plan amendments. We've been telling solar proponents that BLM will likely have to adjust authorized and casual uses and address effects to treaty rights to give them the exclusive use right away. So right now, those are lower priority than the wind projects. The point I'm trying to make here is we have a lot of projects coming in the door, proposals, and we're not going to be able to assemble RAC subcommittees for all of them. The projects I just mentioned are for Twin Falls District. Boise District's also receiving a lot of applications. So as we work through the issues on Lava Ridge, I would like you to look for common themes for all projects that we can use as we work through these. And here's some of the examples of things I'm talking about. We know they all take a lot of water, and we know that we'll have to comply with the Idaho water law, but is there something else we should be looking at? And we heard from Mr. Isley today in Wyoming that the water came from somewhere else. We heard from Idaho Water Resources today that there's a water supply bank that water can come from. Second thing, public outreach. We learned through this project that our usual methods didn't reach the Japanese American community like it should have. And if we're missing people there, we're probably missing people elsewhere. So is there something we can do better to reach people? Can projects serve dual purposes? So a solar project, instead of a tidy 5,000 acre square, could a solar project be sited in a long, narrow strip along Highway 93, say in a high fire area, to also serve as a fuel break? Should there be time limits on construction and rehab to minimize impacts to the public and people making a living on public lands? And there's probably more things, but those are some that just come to mind to me right now. So our next meeting is scheduled to be a half a day on September 22nd. And we plan to have a pretty open agenda so the subcommittee can discuss everything they've learned so far. And maybe I'll turn it over to Heather. So Heather's been working on the agenda for that meeting, so she can run through the items.
Thank you, Mike. I sure appreciate that. And first of all, I just want to give a shout out to Jennifer. I'm just sitting here in amazement. This is my meeting as I'm back up from my detail, and I'll be stepping into Jen's shoes. There are some big shoes to fill. I'm very grateful that we're going to have the assistance of Nancy Haig moving forward to facilitate these meetings, but just a big thank you to Jennifer. She's helped to build these agendas, and I thought today was a really great meeting. Lots of really thoughtful dialogue and interesting information shared. So as I've been, like Mike talked about, that September 22nd meeting, we've heard how you all have wanted to talk with one another to discuss what you've heard so far. You've had the field tour in June, you've had a meeting today and in July. And so as I'm going through those issues that Nancy will kind of facilitate that discussion on the 22nd, and let me know if I've missed anything. I've kind of gone through the minutes, but talking about the tribal perspective, the cultural resources, the visual impacts at Minidoka National Historic Site, the perspective of the Japanese American community, also the perspectives of our county commissioners, the livestock grazing permittees, taking a look at what you've heard about wildlife, avian and outdoor recreation issues, also looking at water rights, roads, fire, visual resources, and decommissioning. So I think those will be kind of the topics that you'll kind of walk us through that agenda on the 22nd so that you can talk together about what you've heard so far. Did I miss anything? All right.
I don't
good
think
deal.
so, Heather.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Dan, did you have something to say?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? Or
Coming in loud and clear.
okay, great. Thank you so much. And thank you, BLM, for putting this together. And I say this coming from a position of deep respect for the Bureau, for the really critical, important work that you do. Hearing about all these new projects coming in over the transom, it's a tidal wave. It's a flood of projects. It's not whack-a-mole, as John Robeson pointed out. And I would respectfully propose an approach to renewable energy in Idaho that is based on 4 elements. First is, as we heard last time, public support is really critical. Alignment with racial and environmental justice, which is a top priority for this administration. That's number 2, alignment with racial and environmental justice. Number 3 is based on sound land use planning. As we learned today, Title II of FLPMA is very clear. But unfortunately, as Kevin Emmerich pointed out, there really is not a very sound foundation for BLM land use planning with the 37-year-old Monument Resource Management Plan. And 4th is smart from the start siting principles. And without a complete resource management plan update, you're not going to get that 3rd element, which is sound land use planning. And I would respectfully propose time on the next session, where we talk about this holistically and from a comprehensive approach, because it's whack-a-mole times 10 now. The wind rush in southern Idaho is on, and the public and public lands are not going to be served. Renewable energy projects are going to be hung up, and I would encourage a conversation around those 4 elements for sound land use planning. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for the comments, Dan. I think if the subcommittee would like that, Idaho is working on a strategy to manage renewable energy applications, and we could probably present that at the next meeting. Garrett, I think you had your hand up next.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And don't know if this is the appropriate time to make suggestions on next meeting, but I'll just jump in while I've got the mic here. I've been thinking a lot, and this might piggyback on some of Dan's comments, but I think it's appropriate the next meeting to maybe have a discussion with this group on clarifying the intent and also what the end product of the subcommittee might look like. I looked back on the statewide RAC charter and the authorizations to formulate subcommittees. And it says that they may be, formed for the purposes of compiling information and conducting research. And that's easy, but for our purposes here, I'm really interested in what the end product of our subcommittee looks like and what the scope is. Is it just that information gathering and research product, or could we also, make specific recommendations on alternatives, or recommend, a combination, or even make suggestions that are outside of the actions that may be taken in this specific NEPA. I have a desire to explore some programmatic options, similar to what I raised today with the 2005 programmatic
EIS on wind across Idaho that the monument RMP was not included in. I have a desire to either update or redo that programmatic approach because as you so said in your comments that this is not a short-term discussion. We're going to be talking about this for the next 10 or 20 years, and so getting ourselves on sound footing is needed. And that might go towards amendments to the monument RMP as well. So I just like a discussion maybe amongst subcommittee members on the intent and end product, what that looks like. We just need to shore ourselves up before that DEIS is released. So I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett. Shauna.
Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to follow up these comments made by you and also Dan and others today. It just seems that we are inundated, you're inundated rather, with applications and all these projects coming in. And I know we've tossed this idea around before, or it's been brought up in meetings, but why is it that BLM can't just take a break and take a pause from all of this, regroup, put together the plan, and then make, start over basically? Because it seems like there might be loopholes or weaknesses that companies are realizing, and they're taking advantage and just moving in like crazy. And pretty soon, maybe our public land will be so limited. Anyway, it's just a thought. It's really a concern of mine, losing these lands, and likewise many other people. But I really think there's a way to work around it. And if you could catch your breath and start over, maybe with stronger plans, maybe that would work. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Commissioner Wood.
Hi, my voice isn't too great today. I just would like to have a discussion at some point, whether it's today or down the road, next meeting, in that I think everybody knows that all 4 counties have decided not to wait for the EIS and have put out resolutions against this plan, which leads me to say that none of us are open-minded. I'm not sure any of the county commissioners of the 4 counties really belong on a subcommittee group supposed to be making, advising or giving opinions. And I guess I wanted to know how BLM feels about that.
Well, what you're touching on is part of the ethics question that we got.
Exactly.
And, yeah, and I think in order for BLM to get an answer we need for Lava Ridge and other wind projects, we need to be talking to diverse people who represent all aspects of the Magic Valley and probably Southern Idaho, judging by how they're coming in now. So there are boundaries, but I think it's appropriate. That's where I'm at, for county commissioners to be on the subcommittee. And if we think we're pushing a boundary, then let's just take a pause and I can talk to Mr. Daly and we can figure out where we are, if we need to slow down or take a different direction. But so far, I think we're okay.
Thank you.
Leon.
Yeah, I'm here. I want to just address what Garrett mentioned there and some of my thinking. So for the next meeting, we can talk about this, but and I mentioned this with Mike in a discussion when I talked to him, is the goal for the subcommittee, kind of as I see it, is research and discovery. And so what I was going to ask each one of the subcommittee members is to, I know you're all busy, don't have that much time, but would like each one of you to write in 5 or 6 sentences, kind of a summary of the information that you've gathered, benefits, concerns, critical adverse things regarding the interests that you represent. And then we'll take that and we'll compile it, and we'll write a paragraph representing the whole subcommittee. And then that will be what we submit to the RAC. And so all of your concerns about the RMP and the Minidoka and all this stuff can be presented to the RAC, and then they will make the representation to the BLM. And with if the EIS, draft EIS is going to be delayed, I would encourage you to kind of write your thoughts down, because if there's going to be a lull in the time frame, you'll forget some of the stuff that's on the forefront of your mind. And then to address Commissioner Wood's comments there, I think that when we were forming the subcommittee, we wanted the commissioners on here because you represent the people. We represent 4 counties, and that's why we added even the Twin Falls commissioner, because you people have power and authority over this, representing the people, and your voice is, as far as I'm concerned, some of the most important. So anyway, with that, I'll turn it back over to Mike.
Okay. So it looks like we have some additions for our meeting on the 22nd. Maybe we need to plan that for longer than half a day. Heather, we can discuss that. Is it?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
So this is Nancy. For those of you who haven't seen me today, my question for next week, because I heard Leon say that he'd like each of the subcommittee members to write a paragraph, 5 to 6 sentences. Is that something that we're expecting at this point? I guess I just need to know if that's something that the subcommittee is going to turn in or provide before the next meeting, so I can track it.
Okay, I'll address that. This is what I was looking for at the end game. It doesn't have to be done right away. I suggested it because I know for myself, if we're going to have a time frame before the EIS, a lot of the things that we've listened to in the last 2 meetings, I'll lose focus on it. So that's why I was encouraging them to do it as soon as possible so they have it. Not that it's required for the next meeting. Actually, some of the stuff that that they would write in those 5 or 6 sentences, we can discuss at the next meeting if they want. So.
Okay, well, based on what I heard, I think we need to expand our agenda for the next meeting to maybe be a full day or longer than we had planned, so that we can accommodate the additional items we've got. And I don't have anything else. So back to you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mike. I did want to I am going to offer you and Leon, and I know Scott's on. He was not able to be on at the beginning, our subcommittee vice chair, but he's been with us most of the day, a chance to close out. But before I do that, I wanted to just respond. Commissioner Wood had put a question in the chat that I would like to read and then respond the answer so that everybody on the meeting today knows the answer. And what she was asking was, can anyone buy this power on the grid? And the answer that Luke Papez from Magic Valley Energy has provided says, Theoretically, yes, in the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, which we heard from Chris Raper earlier, but practically no, depending on the transmission system configuration between the project and the potential buyer. If multiple upgrades are necessary, or if it is required to cross multiple transmission lines, systems, the cost can become uneconomic for the buyer. It really depends on where the potential buyer is, the transmission system in between, and the cost of energy at that location. So that is the answer to Commissioner Wood's question. So with that, maybe we'll turn it over to Scott to say a few words as the subcommittee vice chair and the chair of our Idaho Resource Advisory Council, and then Leon, and then we'll have you wrap us up, Mike, as our designated federal official.
Okay.
So Scott?
Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Perfect. Well, I think there was a lot of good comments today, and it's been a long day, but a lot of really good information, a lot of things. So I just want to say thanks for going on. Nolan, forward to the discussion on the 22nd.
All right, thank you, Scott. Leon, did you want to say a few closing words?
Just want to thank everybody for the time that they've put in, and other than that, no, I think I said everything I needed to say. Thank you.
All right, Mike, if you would like to close us out.
Sure. I too would like to thank everybody for the time they put in. I know you're all volunteers, and this is, you have a lot of time invested in this project. So we appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you all again on the 22nd of September.
All right, thank you, everybody. And this meeting was recorded today. We will have a link up on the subcommittee webpage, hopefully within a week or so. And with that, everybody have a great rest of your day. It has been a very long day, and but I think really good discussion and really good topics. So really appreciate everybody staying involved and engaged, and everyone have a good rest of their day.
Thank you.